Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being punctual. We're just giving another couple of minutes so that we can reach the quorum as we do every morning. So I appreciate your patience. Thank you. Good morning again. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Chairman, we've reached the quorum of at least 26 seats, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, William. Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. I hope that you've been doing very good in these last 24 hours, and I'm delighted to be able once more to open today's session, fourth day session of the 59th GEF Council meeting. I would like to start with a couple of housekeeping issues for your information that we shared last night or very early this morning, an amended timetable for today and for tomorrow. I would like to go very quickly through today's agenda and do a couple of indications. We got from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. the reconsideration of proposals and decisions and pending decisions on Agenda 5, Private Sector Engagement Strategy, and Agenda 6 on the work program for the GEF Trust Fund. Then we will go over our pending agenda item 15, which is the impact of COVID-19. After that, we will see the proposal for responsible investment options from the trust fund. Then the launch of the 8th replenishment trust fund effort. The update on the Nagoya Protocol, and then the last agenda item, which is other businesses, which you're all informed that we got so far 4 points. which has to do with the proposal from South America constituency on the working group on governance, the election of the co-chair for 2021, and then some dates for the next for the next council, for the assemblies and council meetings. I really hope that our next council meeting will be very different to this one, and I hope that we can do a traditional presential one, not just because it is very important to have the personal interaction in our 60th assembly, and I hope that the pandemic can allow us to do that. If we are unable to go to the Preston, use the Preston auditorium, I'll be very, very happy and very innovative to invite you all to have the next council meeting down here in Costa Rica. We can find a fabulous venue in the middle of the rainforest where everybody can feel inspired on that. But I hope that we can do next one on a non-virtual. This is very challenging, particularly with dealing with time zones and the impossibilities to interact in the coffee breaks and in between corridors, which is extremely useful. And I'm desperate to be able to have one-to-one contact with you all as well as with my staff, which I haven't done yet. The housekeeping instructions that I want to share with you is that probably today we can expand like a half an hour more from the timetable that we have, but tomorrow we will dedicate the full day on the LDCF and SCCF Council, and on the summary of the chair, on the GEF Trust Fund, and the summary of the chair of LDCF, SCCF, plus a couple of other things. And I hope that we won't have to carry on issues from today to tomorrow. I'll be extremely happy if we can achieve that goal. Nevertheless, I tend to believe that tomorrow's agenda is very packed. We got a lot of issues, very important topics to discuss, and we will be extremely tight with the timeline. And I would like to propose that we can begin 1 hour earlier than normal, in the spirit to achieve the goal to go over everything in the agenda, and also being solidary with our friends in the eastern and the far east, the Pacific Islands and down under, which for the whole week that they've been very good in keeping pace with the session very late at night. There will be just some of us in the Western Hemisphere, Mexico, Honduras, Costa Rica, Jamaica, which will begin at 5 a.m. and the US and Canada 6 a.m. So I thank you for this, and I think that we should begin 1 hour earlier tomorrow, and these couple of things are important for me to share with you today. So, having said that, and if I don't see any objections, we will proceed with these amendments to the timetable, which you already have in your inboxes as well. Okay, good. So let me begin today's agenda with the items that looks to recap the discussion of previous days and recalling the compromise text that was circulated yesterday. I'm going to explain that since the amendment proposal is being discussed, the draft decision GF/C 59/07/Rep 01 will not change at all. And that, as I mentioned it yesterday, this compromise text not as these compromise texts not necessarily translates or codes the policies and guidelines with respect to the processes with operational focal points in NGI projects. And the point here is that the compromise text is not incompatible with existing policies and procedure and limits itself to ask for better information flow to the operational focal points. And the other element is that in regards to the letter of endorsement discussion, it pertains to the NGA process, which is not at the core of what we're discussing today, which is the private sector strategy, engagement strategy. And since the new language does not mention even the letter of endorsement one way or another, it does not alter existing policies and guidelines. So I think it will be non-productive today to start a debate on the text of GEF policies when we have found a way forward to deal with our most important topic related to this issue, which is the approval of the private sector engagement strategy. Yesterday, we were able to share with you all a text that in principle has general consensus, and the idea was to give some time so every council member can review in detail the text, can do the proper consultation, and be able to come today and be able to give us your opinion, give us feedback, so we can proceed with what we need to decide with respect to this agenda item number 5, which is the private sector engagement. Of course, myself, Francois, or Gustavo are here to clarify, to give details, and to be able to answer questions or react to comments of the council members. With this, I would like to open the floor to have a discussion on the proposed text. I want to remind that there were a few interventions yesterday saying that they have no objections to that text, so this is a very good baseline for today's discussion. So, William, I will be opening the floor, so can you help us helping me with the list of speakers, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Ben from UK has the floor.
Thank you, William, and thanks, Carlos, for that explanation. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Just very quickly, just to say that we can accept the revised text in the spirit of compromise, and also just to emphasize, as we said yesterday, that I think that addressing this very important issue in terms of the role of the operational focal points is a broader issue that should also be discussed in a broader conversation, as I think we'll come to later in terms of the extension of the working group on governance. But yes, just to say that in the spirit of compromise, we accept the revised text. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Julio from Angola has the floor.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Carlos Rodriguez, for the flow. To support the last review test that GEF Secretariat has proposed for the focal points. I think it's okay, this test we support, because the most important thing for the focal points, in the mean that we represent the government institution for the countries, is that in the process of working with the private sector, we as the focal points have at least something to say, some suggestions. Check if the projects are in alignment with the government's priority, with the government's national development plans, if they meet those needs or not. So once we will be consulted by the agencies, and then as a focal point, we have a straight contact with the GEF Secretariat. I think the test, it's okay, and Southern African constituency supports it. Thank you for the exercise.
Thank you very much. Richard from Australia, followed by Mike.
Yesterday, we're very supportive of ensuring the effective operation of the OFPs, and effective information flows through them is important to that. We also think that this should be considered in a more cohesive way, but in the spirit of compromise. Happy to consider it in the context of the private sector strategy, but we would encourage this to be considered down the track, particularly potentially next meeting, to talk about it in a more cohesive way to ensure the OFPs can operate most effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Marita from Sweden has the floor. We can't hear you, Marita.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
I have problems with the sound. So anyway, we can also support the compromise, although I would like to state, as I did yesterday, that we do not think this is the place for this. We think it's a broader issue that needs to be considered elsewhere. But I stop there because my colleagues have already explained that issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marika, you asking for the floor?
Sorry for that.
Okay. I think you're having some connection problems because we can't really hear you. So that seems to be the end of the list of speakers. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, William. I would like to thank all the council members that were able to speak, and I thank everybody for the great effort in generating consensus on this issue. I am delighted to invite council to adopt the draft decision to approve the private sector engagement strategy, which is documented GEF C59/07/Rev01. So I will now invite council to adopt the draft decision that is included in the cited document. I hear no objections. Decision adopted. Thank you so much. I will once more want to congratulate and recognize the fabulous job that Matthew Reddy, his peers, his colleagues, and many of you council members did, so we can have this private sector engagement strategy. To Gustavo's team as well, my gratitude and my recognition. And this is just the beginning of the process, whereby, as we had said throughout this week, this strategy is a live document where we will be enhancing and improving in context as we learn and as we engage at the different scales. And most importantly for me, by being able to consolidate this decision helps us in really pursuing a very successful replenishment, new replenishment in the context of what we see will be our goals and targets in GEF 8. So in that context, having this decision from Council was strategic, extremely important. And once more, I'm really delighted for this decision from Council, and thanks everybody who has participated in this very long, but nevertheless consistent and very productive process. Thank you. With this, I will go into our second agenda item 06, which is the work program for the GEF Trust Fund. This is a topic that comes from yesterday, and yesterday we circulated additional information proposed from Stefan, and yesterday as well we received questions. We received comments, and we were able to provide information on ways forward with regards to the many very important questions in discussion. For your information, I dedicated 2-3 hours after the council meeting to work with the senior leadership and staff at the GEF in terms of being able to really understand our role and responsibilities in terms of the work, the overview work with UNDP and the reporting work with Council. So we're really prepared to answer whatever questions you may have, aside from the information that we provide to you all. So the idea today is that I will be giving the floor to council members and others to give opinion on the proposed text by Stefan from Switzerland, and for whatever other questions and comments that you would like to do at this point. So William, over to you, so you can keep the order of speakers. Thank you so much.
Marita, you have the floor from Sweden.
We have carefully considered the Swiss addition to the text, and our preference is to not include it in the decision text. Let me be clear, we have a zero tolerance regarding non-compliance with fiduciary standards. At the same time, we do not wish at this meeting to contribute to substantial delays in the endorsement process of the UNDP projects. We also recognize that we need to give time to UNDP to show their commitment to implement these audit recommendations. We are therefore suggesting to include in the decision text a paragraph from the text circulated by the Secretariat yesterday, explaining in more detail on the scope of the second review and how that would be linked to the UNDP process. So our suggestion would be to add the last paragraph under point 2 in the Secretariat paper that was circulated by William yesterday. I would just read the text as follows. A clear determination of the status of each project against the findings of the external audit and against the management recommendations would be included in the endorsement review sheet, would be available to Council during the 4-week review period. This would ensure that no projects get recommended for endorsement nor presented to the Council for review without being evaluated against these findings. And I am aware that this text may not be exactly formulated for the decision, but we would be happy if the Secretariat could develop on the basis of this text appropriate with this content. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tanya from Finland has the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we thank the Secretariat for the information you provided with us yesterday, also on the impacts of the amendment. And also our concern has been how this Swiss amendment will affect the recipient countries. And we were also pleased to hear their views, some of their views yesterday. As regards to the Maritas of Sweden's proposal we just heard, we are happy to support that proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marta from Spain has the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the answers. The responses were very useful. We also had some concerns as Marita, and indeed we believe that Marita proposal, Sweden proposal, is very positive and it finds a middle point, and we support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cordula has the floor from Germany.
Just shortly, we support the Maritas proposal.
Thank you. Richard from Australia has the floor.
Likewise, we support Marita's proposal. We think that offers an appropriate, flexible, but risk-managed approach and achieves the same intent as the other proposal, but gives some flexibility to not necessarily punish the recipient countries depending on how things go over the next 6 months or so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stefan from Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, William. Thank you, colleagues, for expressing your view, which we respect, of course, but we still believe that our proposal makes sense. First of all, it stipulates exactly what some of you yesterday and today were saying as far as having greater clarity about the situation. If we take this decision, we know that we want to have clarity, and before that, nothing will move. Otherwise, we may find ourselves at the next GEF Council and then questioning, do we know enough about it or not? Secondly, yesterday we heard several colleagues from developing country constituencies, and they mentioned that they had contacted their operational focal points. And I take that one as a clear statement. And we're willing to compromise and give up our proposal. But the most convincing argument for me would be if our colleagues in recipient countries tell us, listen, this will hamper, this will slow down our project development and our project implementation. We would respect that and say, okay, then we can go on with the compromise text that was proposed and is now supported by a number of colleagues. But up until then, we still believe that it makes sense to have greater clarity rather than fudging over it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mette from Norway has spoken.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for the different interventions that make things clearer. We have also reviewed this carefully, and we do think that Marita's proposal will cover our concern about to make sure that each of the new projects have been reviewed against the different recommendations of the audit. And even though the audit is not completely finished, we believe that the review sheet that will come together with each project when it comes to the second approval will help us and inform us sufficiently for us to take a decision. So in conclusion, we support the Swedish proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben from UK has the floor.
Thanks, William. Just very briefly, that yes, we actually supported the original amendment which the Secretary made at the start of this process, but I think that the proposal from Sweden, I think, adds the further clarity and reassurance I think that others were seeking, and I think that seems to be a sufficiently measured and appropriate response. So yes, likewise, I think we're content with the proposal being made by Sweden. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Manrique from Argentina.
Thank you, William. Sorry, colleagues, I'm having some problems today. What I said yesterday is that it would be important that operational focal points in recipient countries are consulted to this regard. Because they are the ones who are dealing currently with UNDP project, and they know exactly if there would be any consequences. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much. There seem to be no further requests for the floor. Thank you.
I thank you for this, William, and thanks everybody's comments. So we got a concrete proposal to the text from Marita. I tend to believe that we need to share that proposal in writing with everybody, and that we can see it at the end of this of today's session, so we can, based on the fact that I tend to believe that we got overall consensus on this, but I want to do the proper consultation, and I want everybody to see the written version. I would share it through the Secretary of the Council, and we'll bring this agenda item once more before we end the day. So I thank you for that.
Sorry, Carlos Manuel, Stephanie from France has asked for the floor.
Okay, yes, come on in, France, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I just wanted to remind that even yesterday we were in line with the Switzerland proposal, and we think it is first very important to ensure fiduciary and reputational, let's say, preservation for GEF, UNDP and beneficiary countries. And second, that is from our perspective and what Gustavo yesterday mentioned, that is feasible to be ready with the UNDP and to be confident of their implementation of the appropriate measures regarding this, so before the endorsement of the projects that would be approved today. So that's the reason why we support the Switzerland proposal. And by the way, I state that we would like to have views from the GEF Secretariat on the projects that are not already endorsed, but about to be endorsed, to know how you could manage to ensure also for these projects that are going to be endorsed and therefore implemented in the shortcomings with the UNDP, to ensure that UNDP is taking into account all the recommendations made by the audit for these projects that are the first ones to be implemented right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nuruddin from Russia, followed by Rob from the United States. Mauritania, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good time of the day. I will not repeat what already being mentioned by a number of my colleagues from the council, but maybe I will join Stefan in also echoing the concerns. And the most important thing is, in our understanding, it is not moving on case by case principle, but to think about strengthening this system, which will be helping us to avoid the potential misappropriations, etc. That's why thank you to Carlos Manuel for proposing consultations, but when we'll be discussing the further development, may also propose to think about continuing elaboration of this topic to avoid the future misappropriations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rob from the US.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Thank you. And thank you, Secretariat, for sending the comments and the responses to questions yesterday. We found those to be very useful. We support the Swiss proposal, the timing of the second review, the completion of the third-party review of the UNEP implementation of management actions in response to the OIA audit. This approach strengthens oversight by the Council while enhancing transparency for the recipient countries involved. We see merit as well in the Swedish proposal, but see it as lacking a bit of the transparency of the Swiss proposal. We too found the support we heard yesterday from the recipient countries compelling. Thank you.
Tom from Canada has the floor.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning, afternoon, and evening. We've always had the same view since Monday, the importance of taking informed, measured steps in order to address the challenges. There are two things that I've heard from everyone in favor of the Swiss proposal, in favor of the Swedish proposal, is the importance of hearing from all operational focal points to make absolutely sure that the Council is united in addressing this very, very important issue. The question of retroactivity. So the way I look at the Swiss proposal right now is that if we were to adopt that, then the projects that were agreed at referendum at the previous councils will, let us say, will not advance until the steps, the action plan, and the audit are done. So it is de facto retroactive treatment of those projects. Second, when it comes to decision making, the important thing is that every single project decision needs to be informed by the latest possible information. And that is why we were more inclined to support the Swedish proposal rather than the Swiss. The third is the question that everybody cares about, which is reputation. The reputational risk to GEF and UNDP. And since whatever we do will become a matter of really public record. When, in the sake of transparency, as our dear colleagues from Switzerland, France, and the United States have said, putting in place very concrete steps before GEF Secretariat can advance those projects. How will the public and others view it? Is that a blunt instrument or not? I can go one way or the other, just as long as we have considered all of the information, including hearing from African and Asian representatives, because I listened very carefully to Manrique and Renato, which is South America, I believe. Haven't heard from Central America yet, or unless I missed it. But it is very important for the Council to be united on this issue. Thank you very much.
That seems to end the list of speakers for now. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to Stephanie, to Nuridin, to Tom, and Rob for their interventions. I tend to believe that we got here a possibility to be able to merge proposals and ideas in a way that we can capture everything that has been said. I tend to believe that Council would like to see this written down and share with all of you. Otherwise, as we can, because I don't see a possibility to have a decision, to ask for the decision at this point, unless you got just William.
Yes, we have another couple of speakers, Julio from Angola and Gilliam from Jamaica.
Okay.
So, Julio,
probably they have an idea of how to proceed based on the fact that we got 99.9% consensus on this issue. I hear you, Julio.
Thank you, Camarada Carlos Rodriguez, our CEO. In this issue, I swear that I prefer to speak in my own language in Portuguese so that I could flow properly on this issue. But as we have been discussed before, we've been facing a lot of problems with the similar situations in the Southern Africa region. And there are situations that before, as a focal points, we did not have the access like to financial reports and to some other important information as operational focal points representing the institution. And this was making a little bit of noise that why we don't have those feedbacks from the UNDP. Some agencies used to say, no, you have to go and ask at the GEF Secretariat. But if you are in the region, you're in the country level implementing projects, so as a partner, have to inform the operational focal points on the activities implemented on the ground and on the financial reports. In specific case of Angola, we are not basically facing it now. We could overcome because we have to beat a lot of times and fight with UNDP. Finally, we had the agreement, they supply, but I think, and there are also situations that a lot of project extensions and things that we have to avoid, and miscommunications for the transparency and the clarity of the process. So I will consider the proposals for my colleagues that something has to be done. And the other thing that I would like to raise, Camarada Rodriguez, is that UNDP has got a very high percentage of the amount distribution in the GEF, is one of the biggest agencies that holds most projects, and they also host the small grants program in most of the countries. So they have a lot of responsibility. And now we are hearing this kind of situations. We are not happy about that. And I think that once they have most of the projects and most of the financial means that are distributed in the GEF as an agency for supporting governments, I think here we'll ask the council to be united. We'll ask Mr. Rodriguez and the members of the secretariat to kindly decide on what kind of restrictions we need to do with the agency that has got a lot of responsibility, and now we are having this type of situations, which is not good at all for the image of the GEF, and also for governments. We feel uncomfortable with this kind of things that we are hearing. And UNDP is a good partner, but I think something has to be done in restrictions to monitoring more directly, like the services of EO, monitoring evaluation area of the GEF Secretariat have to strictly have more attention, put people in the ground, come to countries, and supervise UNDP, because they have a lot of amount, they have a lot of projects, and we have to pay all special attention to monitoring and evaluation process, especially for UNDP agency is one of the biggest partners that countries are working with them, and they are also supporting governments to implement their projects. Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you, Camarada Ferreira. Thank you for your input, very valuable. William, do we have any speakers on our list?
Gillian, followed by Manrique from Argentina. Gillian, you have the floor.
Morning. I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening with my video. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. This issue, well, I heard Tom say that he has heard from the Southern Cone and he has not yet heard from Central America. Let us just put it on the record that you're now hearing from the Caribbean constituency of 15 independent states. This issue with UNDP is very, very important for the Caribbean, because this is the partner that we have the majority of the projects with. And as Julio said, this is also the partner that hosts the Small Grants Program. For us, the Small Grants Program has been a success with the UNDP partnership. So whilst we cannot, unfortunately, Mr. Chair, provide you with the answer to this question, we want to be very mindful that UNDP is a crucial partner, that we are to correct the issues that have arisen with the audit, and I don't think they cannot be corrected. I think the system should be improved. So not only UNDP, because we are very also concerned that in the future, something else may arise where other partners are also highlighted to have some issues with how the monitoring and evaluation is being done. And the reputational risk is, yes, to the GEF and to the UNDP, but also to the countries involved. So we are also very, very, very concerned about any retroactivity that may have an impact on projects which are already in the pipeline. And so any decision that the council makes must take into account the expectations from governments, having partnered with the UNDP and expecting a result at the very end. So I'm sorry that we don't have the answer, but please put on the table that this is a very, very important issue for us. It has to be resolved. We are very mindful that the fiduciary standards must be observed. That is unquestionable. But also be very mindful that there are implications to any actions taken by the council and how it impacts on countries and their ability to implement projects going forward. And be very sure that there's another process that also is undertaken, because when projects are approved, it has to be included in the government's budgets going forward. It has to be recognized as something that the governments are implementing. So there are other processes that are going to be impacted. And so the response of the council must be such that we assure the global community that the monitoring and evaluation systems are robust, but also to be mindful that it does not also be detrimental to the pipeline of projects that we have in front of us, that there is an expectation from government that those will be advanced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Manrique from Argentina.
Sorry to take the floor again, but listening very carefully to what Guillian and Julio have said, I was thinking if it would not be possible to consider the opinion of the GEF program managers or the GEF staff who also deal with UNDP currently. Maybe their opinion would could also share a little more light on how to proceed. The opportunity also to thank Carlos Manuel for helping us dive in this issue. It is a very, very important discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ornella from Albania has the floor.
Thank you, William. So, as I said yesterday, UNDP is maybe a single agency, accredited agency for GEF funds in some countries, like some small countries. In some countries like mine, we don't have so many opportunities to select other agencies for managing and for accelerating this kind of funds. But in the same time, in my opinion, only for UNDP, it's a selective process only for the UNDP, and maybe we should think that we should have this kind of audit for all the agencies. Why not? And in this overview, I should bring in your focus that maybe even for the small grants, we're using UNDP. So maybe we can help the countries how to increase their own capacities by accrediting maybe local delivery institutions or local delivery small partners or just partners. And this is the only way how to help these countries, these small countries, to accelerate their own funds, to manage their funds, and the least to have their opportunity to increase their own capacities for environment and not only. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Julio has requested the floor again. Go ahead.
Thank you, William. Thank you, Camarada Carlos Rodriguez. I would like to join Ornella and Manrique and other colleagues when they say, as we have discussed before, I think some of our colleagues mentioned here the need for us to hear from the operational focal points, but there is the problem. The problem starts with the operational focal points. So we have to look at kind of working conditions that each operational focal point has at the country level to develop the project. Their governments with the focal points are also a national director, and sometimes they pay more attention to the other project and not to accompany the project in the ground. And there is the thing, and there are some focal points that they don't have transportation to go and visit projects, to do monitoring. They don't have a team that will support him to monitor, to evaluate as we know, the focal points, they have a lot of information. There are many projects going through in the country. There is a lot of things to process. So I would suggest, Comrade Carlos Rodriguez, maybe a council recommendation to recommend governments to pay more attention at the national level to the focal points working process, because the focal points cannot depend on the UNDP to pay him a ticket to travel and visit projects. It cannot depend on the UNDP to give him a per diem. So the focal point has no power at all. There is no power. They can even inform us. They can even consult. But you don't have power to say, tomorrow I'm coming to visit my project in the province A or at the province B. The focal point must have autonomy, financial autonomy, material autonomy, must have a team, like it must have a proper office so that it can visit projects, and there are projects that are not inside the environmental ministry. There are projects which is inside the energy and water ministry. There are projects that are inside the agriculture ministry. How will the focal point manage projects from the sector where we are working and the project from another ministries that we are not at? But we have to sometimes endorse those projects. We have to validate those projects as operational focal points at the national level. So here I'm asking to kindly a big support from the GEF Secretariat, from all the council members, colleagues, to support this recommendation. Talking about Africa, Southern Africa, let's tell the truth. There are things that sometimes at the national level, at the political level, things sometimes are difficult. And for us, and there are people that are not very well inside the information of the GEF. So if the GEF has the financial mechanism for the international convention, adopt a recommendation to the government, of course the ministers for the governments will pay more attention to the focal points work and create working conditions so that we can monitor and evaluate those projects and be able to inform straight to the GEF Secretariat. Because there is one problem that happened on the ground. When we say, listen to the focal point, what happens? The UNDP, FAO, African Development Bank, UNICEF, and other GEF agencies, they have conditions, they work, they go, they know very well the projects. So they will report to the GEF and say everything in the country is okay. But me as the focal point who don't have means to travel, to visit and monitoring the projects in my own country, what will I say to Carlos Rodriguez? What will I say to William? What will I say to our country office? I will say things are not good. So agencies say yes and government say no. So there is no equilibrium. So if the focal points have more reinforced in working condition, it will be good for us to align and to consolidate information inside the country, because we will not see UNDP as enemy. They are not enemy. UNDP has done a lot for our countries, and we have to recognize that. But even FAO, even other agencies, but we have to work together. We have to have this GEF support for the focal points to have more autonomy, financial autonomy, material autonomy to move up and down in the country, and then we can confirm the information and consolidate the reports at the country level, and then GEF will start to see that what agency is saying is the same thing that the government are also saying. If there is not something that there is no understanding between the government and the agencies, this is something that we can also solve at the country level. This is not a big issue. And this is what I would like to chair and to contribute with my council members, colleague, and Carlos Camarada Rodriguez about this. So at this time in moment, if we say, let's listen from the focal points to see what we're going to do with the UNDP, most of the focal points will be having difficult to supply this information because of there is no working conditions. And the focal points needs to have this working condition, to have more information that, in fact, true information that things are really happen and not just something from our own mind as a focal point and to say things that are not true. No, we have to be in position to go and monitoring ourselves and check and inform the GEF Secretariat how it has to be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Shaibu from Niger has the floor. Allez-y, Chaibou. Vous avez la parole.
Allô?
Oui, allez-y.
Oui, merci. Madame, j'ai la parole?
Oui, s'il vous plaît, allez-y.
Ok, merci William. Je m'excuse parce que je viens de joindre la réunion, mais je voudrais quand même dire quelques mots par rapport à ce que j'ai pu comprendre de nos discussions. Vous pouvez traduire?
Yes, thank you very much. I asked the floor because I just came into the meeting now, but I want to say a few words about what we've been talking about.
Alors, la question d'équité et de transparence par rapport aux agences, je me rappelle bien, on a mené ces discussions lors d'un conseil, mais ce que nous avions convenu, c'est que le secrétariat nous fournisse plus d'informations par rapport aux conséquences ou aux enjeux qui pouvaient y avoir quand on appelait certaines mesures d'équité et de transparence entre les agences.
Yes, to talk about the issue of equity and transparency towards the agencies, I remember we talked about this at a previous council meeting, and we came to an agreement by which the Secretariat would provide more information about the possible impact, the consequences, and the stakes about increasing efforts to assure equity and transparency.
Maintenant, pour revenir à la question du PNUD, vous savez, le PNUD, c'est quand même l'une des trois principales agences les plus anciennes du FEM. Et le PNUD, son avantage, c'est qu'ils sont très proches de nos pays, ils sont toujours présents, ils ont leurs représentants localement. Et du fait que depuis la naissance du FEM, le PNUD de la Banque mondiale et l'UNEP, le PNUD a beaucoup aidé nos pays pour mener les actions habilitantes. Nous ont permis aujourd'hui d'avoir certaines capacités à aller vers des projets d'investissement purs et durs. Alors, ce qu'il faut faire, et je pense, comme certains l'ont dit, il faut que le secrétariat commence à réfléchir sur comment renforcer les capacités des points focaux opérationnels surtout, et pour qu'ils comprennent bien les avantages comparatifs au niveau de ces différentes agences. Et là, pour des projets nationaux, le point focal avec les autres parties prenantes nationales, ils peuvent discuter des avantages comparatifs par rapport aux projets qu'ils ont à exécuter. Et là, automatiquement, ils peuvent choisir l'agence qui convient le plus. Mais pour les... Bon, je m'arrête là, on va interpréter.
We to talk about the UNDP now. UNDP is one of the three main agencies of GEF. UNDP has one advantage, at least it's very close to our countries. UNDP is present in our countries. They have a representative, a local representative. The UNDP undertake actions in our countries, and it provides also for more investments in our country. So what I think it's necessary for, as it was said before, for the Secretariat to reflect and think about how to reinforce the work of the operation focal points. The advantage of that is that the operational focal points, they can establish a difference among different agencies, and therefore the OPFs, together with the national stakeholders, they can discuss and choose which agency would be the best to undertake a particular project.
Ce sont ces mêmes avantages comparatifs qui nous ont poussé à un moment de plaider pour qu'il y ait une extension des agences du FEM, et c'est ainsi qu'on a ajouté plusieurs banques multilatérales régionales et certaines agences techniques comme la FAO, le FIDA, qui sont aussi basées localement et avec lesquelles, en tout cas, nous faisons des bonnes opérations. Maintenant, pour les projets régionaux ou mondiaux qui sont gérés au niveau du FEM, ce qu'il faut faire, c'est que, quels que soient les critères que le secrétariat va proposer pour le choix de l'agence, il serait mieux de réunir les points focaux, de les consulter pour qu'ensemble ils essaient de discuter par rapport au projet, même si les mondial, les points focaux sur lesquels ils peuvent vraiment valablement discuter et dégager un certain nombre d'agences maintenant qui vont postuler et peut-être mettre un comité entre ces points focaux. Le rôle primordial des points focaux ici, il faut le mettre vraiment en valeur. Mais toujours est-il dit que ce soit pour le choix des agences ou le suivi des activités sur le terrain, aujourd'hui, les points focaux ont un rôle déterminant à jouer. Il faut renforcer leur capacité. Aujourd'hui, je suis presque sûr que beaucoup de points focaux opérationnels dans nos pays ne maîtrisent pas les avantages comparatifs d'une ou de telle agence. Parmi toutes ces agences-là, ils ne maîtrisent pas. Donc, il faudrait que les points focaux puissent le comprendre et là, ils peuvent guider le choix des agences pour mener leur projet. Pour le suivi, là aussi, moi, je me rappelle dans beaucoup de pays de ma circonscription, nous avons des comités nationaux FEM. Et il y a des pays comme le mien qui ont, quand le FEM avait suspendu l'appui aux points focaux de $9 000, mais au Niger, le gouvernement avait fait, par le canal du comité national FEM, nous a dit de faire une proposition. On a fait la proposition, mais automatiquement, moi, en tant que point focal, connaissant la politique du GEF, j'ai dit que non, ça ne peut pas passer au Conseil, ça sera très difficile. Et nous sommes actuellement en train de chercher les voies et moyens pour renforcer les capacités de suivi sur le terrain. Et surtout, je vous dis, les activités dans le cadre du DSGP, aujourd'hui, le gouvernement est en train d'appuyer le Small Grand Programme parce qu'il mène des activités très pertinentes pour nos communautés, mais on n'a pas les capacités de les suivre. On n'a pas les capacités et malheureusement, on ne peut pas élaborer une fiche de projet à soumettre dans le cadre du SGP en tant que gouvernement pour mobiliser les ressources.
So the focal points could therefore together make this stakeholders compare the advantages that the different agencies offer. So I would like to request, I mean, really that when it comes to different agencies, multilateral banks in the regions, that the focal points need to get more capacity to do that. Whatever the choice will be on the part of secretary, whatever the press secretary decides to do, I think that in any way we need to find the means to reinforce the capacity of these focal points. We have talked about that in my own country, about the roles that the focal points play with the agencies. And when it either for choosing the agencies that will carry out the projects, or also to ensure monitoring of the programs, the focal points play a very important role, and they need to really be more capable of doing so. So the point is that for monitoring, for instance, in my own country, there was a $9,000 grant that was not in the end provided, and our government then had to supply that because the GEF did not. So what we have proposed is that we need to look at different ways to ensure monitoring on the ground as well. And that's what I would like to say.
Maintenant, pour finir, je vous rappelle ce slogan qui est beaucoup plus dans le jargon du SGP, agir localement pour avoir des bénéfices globaux. Mais cela est valable même pour les projets de gouvernement. D'où la nécessité de renforcer les capacités des points focaux opérationnels qui sont comptables des activités du FEM au niveau du secrétariat, mais aussi au niveau du gouvernement. Donc, les points focaux ont un double rôle à jouer. Ils sont comptables et ils doivent faire ce suivi-là pour bien rendre compte et au gouvernement et au niveau du FEM des résultats des interventions. Donc, il faut agir localement. Nous devrons suivre ce qui se passe localement sur le terrain au niveau de nos pays, mais là pour vraiment rapporter les bénéfices que nous sommes en train d'engranger. Je vous remercie. Donc, il faut vraiment renforcer les capacités points focaux.
So basically, as a conclusion, we need to develop capacity of the focal points. We say very often that we need to act locally to produce global benefits. The focal points are accountable for whatever the GEF or even the government does on the ground. So we have two roles to play in that respect because of this accountability that is bestowed on us. Therefore, we need to be able to follow and to monitor what's going on locally and to account for the benefits that should be generated by these programs. So again, we have to develop the greatly developed capacity of focal points.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to the next speaker, but please be as brief as you can. We're already running late, and we need to move on to next issues. So Liu Xia of China, followed by Jean of Benin.
Thank you, William. We would like to add our voices to those of the developing country members. And we are actually not in favor of the proposed text additions. We would like the Secretariat to provide clear clarifications on possible impact of the additional texts on the implementation of the work program. Given vague information in this aspect, we are afraid that serious delays may be caused to all the UNDP implemented projects due to additional requirements on UNDP compliance actions. This is actually unfair, especially to those projects which are relatively small scale and mature in their preparation stage. Given current extraordinary difficult situation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, developing countries are in critical needs of funding resources to support their efforts on environmental and climate actions. So a proper balance should be stricken between more strict review and compliance of agencies versus their urgent financing needs of developing countries. So with this, we reiterate our suggestion to delete the proposed additions to the decision text of the work program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jean from Benin, followed by Stéphane.
Ok, merci. J'espère que j'aurai un peu plus de sens cette fois-ci. Je voudrais aussi joindre ma voix, la voix de ma circonscription au débat et dire que Le PNUD est l'agence qui est le plus présente dans nos pays et qui nous accompagne sur la plupart de nos projets. Donc, c'est une question de proximité et c'est important de tenir compte de ça. Je vais laisser traduire.
Thank you very much. I hope I'll have no problems with sound today. I wanted to add the voice of my constituency to this discussion, especially when it comes to the UNDP. UNDP is the agency that's present in our country more than any other agencies. It's a matter of accompanying, follow up what's happening in our projects, and UNDP does that better than anyone. So it's an issue of proximity. They're very close to us.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. Donc, des fois, nous n'avons même pas le choix. Donc, nous voudrions travailler à ce que le PNUD puisse suivre les procédures. Nous sommes d'accord qu'il faut canaliser les énergies et amener le PNUD à se mettre en conformité. Mais dans le même temps, nous pensons qu'il faut faire le même audit avec les autres agences. C'est une question d'équité et de transparence.
The UNDP is the one that really monitors and follows what's going on closely on the ground. So we need to canalize all these energies and to be able to follow up. Maybe there are other agencies, but we need to be able to do that.
Nous sommes d'accord aussi, c'est important de faire le renforcement des capacités de points focaux. Beaucoup de mes collègues l'ont dit avant moi, des points focaux, surtout les points focaux opérationnels, pour leur permettre d'avoir le choix de faire le suivi des projets et d'avoir aussi les données. Parce que prendre en compte toutes les parties prenantes dans la collecte d'informations permettra aussi d'avoir plus de transparence, ce qui contribue aussi à la mise en conformité.
So we agree that we need to develop capacity and reinforce capacities of the OFPs, operational focal points, as my colleagues have said before, because they are the ones who can choose the agencies, then monitor the work and collect data. And as the stakeholders furnish data and information, and these are collected by the focal points, that will lead to greater transparency and conformity.
Nous avons dans notre circonscription quelques exemples de réussite. Je vois par exemple le cas de la Côte d'Ivoire, c'est une question de choix politique, mais même dans le cas de la Côte d'Ivoire, il y a besoin de renforcement de capacité.
There are cases that has perhaps been done to a certain extent. There are examples in our constituency, for instance, Côte d'Ivoire. They be able to choose better, but even Côte d'Ivoire needs more development capacity of focal points.
Donc, nous voulons suggérer qu'une enquête plus approfondie puisse se faire, que le secrétariat puisse mener une enquête plus approfondie pour mieux étudier l'impact des décisions que nous allons prendre sur nos projets. Parce que si nous ne savons pas faire, ça risque de bloquer les projets. Je vous remercie.
So a suggestion that I want to make is that maybe the Secretariat could endeavor to produce a survey, stronger survey about the impacts of the decisions that we make concerning each project, because sometimes we try to do it, but we are not able to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stefan has the floor.
Thank you, William, and thank you, colleagues. Very helpful to hear the voices from especially those of you that are working on the terrain. It's exactly what we wanted to hear. Maybe some of the discussion went a bit beyond what we're talking about here, but it's nevertheless very useful to hear the issues that were brought up. William, you sent out on behalf of the chair a combined text. Is that right? So how do you call it? A streamlined text. And I believe we should focus on that streamlined text rather than referring to older versions. From our side, we can say with this streamlined text, we could live. This is, I think, a good compromise. It reflects the discussions that we had, the concerns that the Council expressed vis-a-vis the audit that came out on UNDP, and it also does not penalize the countries in their development for projects. And let me be clear on one point. Neither this compromise text nor the one that we had proposed originally was looking at any projects that were under implementation. This is something completely different. This is forward-looking. So from our side, we're willing to go along with this streamlined text. It looks very good. I believe it captures all the essential things, and I thank all those of you that worked on it. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much. Ornella has the floor.
Thank you, William. So by my side, I agree with the new text, but I am still wondering why only UNDP. Yes, you have this case with UNDP, but it's just a case. And in my overview, this case should be like a reflection for all of us for having this text for all the agencies. The first one issue, and the second one issue is about the focal points, the operational, the increase of the capacities of the operational focal point. At least the focal point is just a person, and is just an employer of the Ministry of Environment in our case, and GEF is working in this moment in the entire world. But I was asking how citizens knows about GEF. They knows only, for example, about UNDP, because UNDP in this case is the owner of the project. So for increasing the visibility of GEF and for increasing their results in the end, we should oblige this collaboration between the operational focal point, increasing the capacities, and the cooperation between the agencies and the governments, and having the operational focal point in the middle of this cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Renato has the floor. We can't hear you, Renato. Yeah, sorry, we can't. So I'll give the floor to Narges while you look at the technical bit. Okay, I think now we can come back to you.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah. Can I?
Please go ahead.
Yes. Maybe this discussion is beyond the subject, but I think it's important. I agree with Ornella proposal. It's possible to define a national agency beside UNDP or other agencies like the GCF. I agree with Julio to some extent. I think it's important to strengthen the two focal points at the national levels. UNDP with high fees is an international organization to lead the GEF projects in all states as owner. Although their help is very useful to national bodies, but I believe sometimes the rule of government and rule of the focal point is not strengthened. I think in the Secretariat requested the UNDP as an international agency to endorse the proposal and PIF, but I believe it should be changed, and we can more strengthen the focal point to submit the proposal directly after the interior works. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Marita, you have the floor from Sweden.
Excuse me. Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
I would like to come back to the text that you circulated, with the streamlined text. Unfortunately, I think we still see the problem in that text, and we will not be able to support that compromise, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie for France.
Thank you. I regard the streamlined text. In principle, we are fine. It's just that I think I'm not a lawyer, but I think the final sentence could provide, let's say, a high responsibility on the GEF Secretariat instead of UNDP, because in the end, that is UNDP that should enforce and ensure that all UNDP is enforcing the appropriate measures to answer to the audit recommendation. And I'm not sure the fact I'm not sure that providing the status of each project against the findings of the external audit and against the management recommendations in the endorsement review sheet would not provide too much responsibility on the GEF Secretariat, because the answer is from the UNDP on the overall system, on the overall procedures and implementation and rules enforced to ensure that all projects are correctly managed. I hope my concern is understandable. It's just to be sure that we are not putting the responsibility on other shoulders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rob from the US.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. We can support the streamlined text. We think it strikes the right balance between oversight and transparency, and we just want to remind everyone that this is important for the reputation of the GEF, and we want to remind, and we also think it's very important for transparency. So so we can support the streamlined text. Thank you.
William, we need just one more speaker because I'm a little bit concerned on the agenda, and I think that we've been able to capture many things here. So why don't we let's see with Patricio? Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, we promise Renato to check it. Shall we try Renato, who will stop?
Yeah, let's try Renato and do Patricio and stop there. I will do a summary and present it forward so we can go to our next agenda.
Yes, definitely. Renato, you want to try to speak again? Yeah, I'm afraid it's not working. So maybe Patricia will be the last speaker for now. Patricia, go ahead.
Thank you, William. We are listening very careful to the comments made, and I would like to support the comments made by Julio, which give a real interpretation of what is happening with the focal points and the need for them to actively participate in this type of projects. In regarding of this discussion, we can support the text proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, William, and thank you all for the many different interventions. In terms of way forward with the text, I tend to believe that we've been able to capture the spirit and the intentions of both positions that we have at this point. We are working on a revised streamlined proposal that will be sent with you. Please help me coordinating through Gustavo Fonseca on language that will bring us to common ground, so I can bring this agenda item at the end of today's session, so we can be able to agree on the draft decision for the work program. And my second point is that for the last 2 months, I've been talking with many of you on a bilateral manner. When I talk with Ornella, Antonio, Julio, Narch, Chibu, Laverne, Gillian, Manrique, Laura, Patricio, they all brought me the same issues that Julio and Ornella brought here. It's very interesting. You know, we talk about private sector engagement, and we end talking about the operational focal point. We talk about the work program, and we end talking about the operational focal point. Definitely, there are issues to be addressed, and this is an issue that I brought to my conversations to all of you 2 months ago, a month ago, as one of my findings. There's a lot that we need to do, particular to the fact, and you will see this more clearly when we began talking our next agenda item, which is the impact of COVID-19. If council members from recipient countries, which are operational focal points, are calling the attention on the need to strengthen their capacity to improve management, overview, and monitoring of projects, can you imagine what 2021 will be with the full impact of COVID-19? Today, ministries of environment in developing nations are dealing with huge budget cuts, and that would be reflected in the relatively weak capacity of operational focal point. I've been political focal point many times, and I will had a good experience in working with operational focal points. And even though there may be political willingness to provide and give resources and support to the operation of the focal point, there are barriers and limitations, which is a reality at the country level. So this is something that I will be pushing very hard in terms of reviewing the country support program, in terms of reviewing many different engagements, in terms of doing, last adjustment in the rest of GEF 7, but most importantly, bringing this issue up front in GEF 8, as it is totally evident that the weakest link in this chain of partnership is the operational focal point. So it is loud and clear to us that this is an issue, and so we will proceed this way. We will be presenting an improved version based on the different discussions, and please coordinate with Gustavo as we send emails on a new version of the streamlined so we can be able to capture the spirit and the main objectives of what has been discussed here within Marita and Stefan, and I'll bring this back at the end of this session, and I hope that we can go very efficiently with the rest of the agenda. So with this, I will close today's agenda item. I will once more would like to thank everybody for the very constructive, productive dialogue that we just had. I now would like to go over to agenda item number 15, which is the impact of COVID-19 on the GEF project preparation and implementation. Overview of responses from across the GEF partnership. I would like to invite Francois to introduce document GEF slide C59, slide 11, the impact of COVID-19 on GEF project preparation and implementation. Francois, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. I'm very pleased to present to Council this paper on the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on project preparation and implementation. This paper, let's note, deals only with operational impacts, not the strategic or the programmatic issues. These are the subject of a separate task force, GEF task force, and captured in a white paper, which is an information document. There are two objectives to this paper. The first objective is to report on the very useful information we have received from partners on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on operational aspects of GEF project preparation and implementation. The second objective is to request that the current authorization of the CEO to grant extensions for project preparation be extended from 12 to 24 months. The purpose of this request is to ensure that we avoid any unintended cancellation of projects under preparation that may be experiencing extended pandemic-related delays, and that request is lifted in the proposed decision. So on the first part, the part where we report on all the information we have heard from partnership members, I would like to summarize very briefly some of the important points we heard and some of the process we followed to get there. We first undertook a survey of agencies in April 2020 to better understand the immediate implications of the pandemic on project preparation. This was then followed by consultation and surveys with countries through their operational focal points in September, and then by another survey of agencies in October that was also discussed with agencies at the agency retreat. We received input from 76 countries, and we held a series of regional virtual conversations to explore some of the challenges flagged into more operational detail. And these consultations have revealed that the pandemic has created challenges for preparation and for implementation, but that the impacts are not uniform across country. Agencies have adapted and they have evolved approaches to continue planning activities to prepare and implement GEF-funded projects. In some countries, however, there may be limits to the extent that this coping mechanism can persist. Operational focal points have reported that they appreciate the support and the flexibility provided by agencies, but some have also reported that challenges have emerged in areas where, for instance, in-person consultation is really required. They have fiscal pressure, which are also increasing, with potential impact on co-financing flows, project staffing, and other requirements in their engagement towards the GEF projects. So all these considerations were brought into focus and discussed further at the agency retreat, and we led some thinking on possible responses and actions. To date, the GEF CEO has used the flexibility which is already provided in the GEF project cancellation policy to extend deadlines for the preparation of projects prior to cancellation to account for the unusual circumstances. Agencies initially reported that they anticipated most projects requiring CMO endorsement or approval by June 30, 2021 would meet these deadlines once extended. This is evolving, however, and agencies report that the number of projects experiencing delays has increased in the last 3 months. Therefore, looking forward and conscious of the high uncertainty that we face and the fact that the prospects are not improving by the day, we are proposing that the existing ability of the CEO to grant exceptional extensions to project preparation period be expanded so that project preparation can continue with a view to maximizing project quality and that projects not be automatically cancelled during this process. Let me highlight that although we call it cancellation policy, this is not a policy whose objective is to cancel. This is a policy whose objective is to keep us all focused on diligence and timeliness. But the circumstances faced here are quite exceptional and quite general across the world. Yeah? So currently, the policy allows the CEO to grant an extension of up to 12 months for full-size projects and up to 6 months for medium-sized projects. As this may not be sufficient in the coming months to avoid cancellation, and as both medium and full-size projects are facing similar challenges regardless of size, we are proposing that the CEO have the flexibility to provide extension of up to 24 months for both project types. This longer extension could be provided on a case-by-case basis in light of the different impacts around the globe and depending on project types, or as a blanket universal extension if that was deemed warranted by the circumstances. Finally, this proposal does not amend the cancellation policy. The longer extensions would be possible only until the next Council meeting in June 2021, at which time we would return to Council to report on the evolving impact of the pandemic and on any continued or additional measures that may be warranted at that time. It would therefore be a temporary delegation to the CEO to judge the opportunity either on a case-by-case basis or generally, and as a function of the risk of cancellation, to protect projects that are valuable to the GEF partnerships and struggling to further their preparation work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francois, for presenting the findings of our effort to understand the impact of COVID-19 in project preparation and implementation. Thank you for explaining the content of the draft decision. With this, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments from Council. William, please assist us with the list of speakers.
So Richard from Australia has the floor, followed by Nicholas from the USA.
Thank you, William. I just want to express my appreciation for the implementing agencies. They're doing a fantastic job given the immense challenges in operating during the COVID-19 pandemic. And also thanks to the agencies and operational focal points for taking part in the GEF surveys. I just wanted to note that the report indicates that there's going to be 5 projects that possibly may not meet the timeline, and that's understandable. There may be some that fall outside of that. My concern is that 3 of the 5 look to be small island developing states that may be bearing an unfair or a significant impact of the COVID pandemic, and I just question whether or not more could be done in terms of looking at special dispensation in those cases, given the capacity constraints and other factors such as disaster events that have been occurring and will occur in the Pacific over that time and in other areas. I just want to see what options are available, including potentially additional support to get them over the line, potentially if they're only going to be just outside of that 24-month period. We also note that with some concern that consultations with Indigenous people have been a challenge during COVID, and it'd be good to get some thoughts on what could be done more to address those issues going forward, recognizing the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nicholas from the US, followed by Patricia from Canada.
Thank you very much for the informative update. I just have a few
questions. First, could the Secretariat provide some additional information on what the impact of the increased financing risks will be on successful project implementation? And secondarily, how large of an impact do you anticipate this could have on the GEF's portfolio? And just overall, we'd just like to ask the Secretariat to provide updates to the Council on the impacts of the pandemic on GEF operations, including risks to co-financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patricio from Ecuador, followed by Tanya from Finland. Patricio.
Thank you, William. We celebrate this decision regarding the measures that must be taken to face the crisis of the pandemic and the adjustments that must be made in some projects, ensuring that the indicators committed to the projects are met with regard to the measures that must be taken. Our constituency commends the decision regarding the measures to be taken in order to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic and the adjustments that have to be made in some projects. This adjustment must ensure that the indicators selected during the formulation stage are achieved and generate creative and collaborative alternatives between implementing agencies, executing agencies, national stakeholders, and the operational focal point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tanya from Finland, followed by Lauren from Norway.
Thank you. Our constituency supports the recommended Council decision. We believe it is important to show flexibility and grant exceptions on delays due to the pandemic. It is also very important to be able to have proper consultations with stakeholders, including those in rural areas with more limited technological capacity. However, other delays should be treated according to the prevailing cancellation policy. It is positive to read that during the course of the pandemic, implementing agencies have been able to increase the use of web-based tools for remote supervision and implementation support, and this way decrease their carbon footprint. It is also positive that new modalities have in some cases resulted in more accurate data than was achievable with traditional means and have facilitated more efficient engagement of local communities. It is important to retain these lessons learned and new ways to work also after the pandemic. We are very pleased that only 16% of the projects were put on hold, and according to the majority of the respondents, preparation and implementation was proceeding. However, the total number of the respondents to the survey is quite low, only 53%. For any additional measures to be taken in the future, if the pandemic lasts, it would be good to have a higher number of responses. And finally, we also welcome the COVID-19 white paper on identifying future risks linked to emerging infectious diseases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Lauren from Norway, followed by Ben from the UK.
Thank you, William. Our constituency would like to thank the Secretariat for this report, and we can approve the recommended decision put forward to the Council. We also appreciate the Secretariat monitoring closely the situation in dialogue with the agencies and the operation of focal points. We would like to share a few questions and some comments. The report does not provide information on possible negative consequences of the pandemic on expected results from projects that are currently being implemented. Has this been assessed by the Secretariat, or is it too early? Or are you planning to do an assessment? We would also appreciate if the GEF Secretariat could explain possible impacts of the additional extensions to the cancellation policy. For example, if major amendments are made to the projects because of changes in circumstances, for example, we understand that the project proposal needs to be presented to the Council for approval. In your opinion, what is the chance of this happening for the rest of GEF 7? We note the recommendation from the OFPs to include pandemic-related components in the GEF 8 programming cycle, and we would welcome a discussion during the replenishment negotiations on this issue. On a similar note, we realize that the Secretariat's efforts to explore future programming options to address the impacts of the pandemic and avoid future pandemics. This is very positive, we think. Finally, our constituency appreciates the white paper that the COVID-19 task team has written, and which outlines the role the GEF can play in a lasting response to the COVID-19 pandemic and also to prevent future pandemics. Given this work, we would welcome the possibility of having a dialogue with the GEF Secretariat and the task team on this issue. We would like to propose having an interactive webinar ahead of the replenishment negotiations in order to get input for the programming directions for GEF 8. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben from UK, followed by Marita from Sweden.
Many thanks, William. And just firstly, just to say, yes, we welcome the paper and thank you for that. And also we support the recommendation, the decision as well. I think some of the points have been made by others that I was going to raise, but just very quickly, we assume that the CEO Secretariat, when they're looking at projects which are going to be extended, are looking at projects being extended due to the reasons of impact from COVID-19 rather than necessarily projects which aren't moving forward for other reasons. As said by others, I know it's not covered in this paper, but it's good to look beyond the impact of COVID-19 on the projects planned and how projects planned, how we're going to deal with that, particularly a strategic assessment in terms of thinking how GEF can support the COVID-19 response and recovery. I hear from Francois that we've talked about this is going to come out in the white paper and be followed up in the GEF 8, and certainly the comment from Norway just now in terms of the webinar is potentially a useful way to start to consider some of those issues before the GEF 8 replenishment kicks in. We also note as others that there's some useful points covered in the paper in terms of useful workarounds, for example, remote monitoring tools. And I guess it'd be very helpful if those become more ingrained in the way that GEF does business, particularly in some of the things which obviously have some environmental benefits, such as reduced travel. Just two questions to finish on. We noted in concern that there was the inability to consult with Indigenous communities, and it'd be useful to understand how this is or could be addressed. And then finally, in paragraph 32, I think, of the paper, it talked about further measures that could be considered, but it wasn't very clear how those measures were being taken forward in this paper. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Marita from Sweden, followed by Cordula from Germany.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you to the Secretariat for the comprehensive presentation. We are deeply concerned about the serious situation that many countries are facing right now as a result of COVID-19 and the negative consequences this is having on the ground in the countries and on the implementation of GEF projects. We support the proposal on prolonging deadlines for project annulments. We would like to underline, especially now, the importance of transparency and close cooperation among the GEF agencies in the recovery effort, as well as with other multilateral climate funds, to ensure effective use of synergies and complementarities of these respective organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cordula from Germany, followed by Sano from CSONET.
Thank you, William. We welcome the report on the impact of COVID-19 on GEF project preparation and implementation, including the results of the survey of GEF agencies and focal points. We found this document to be extremely helpful and would appreciate further reporting in this format. We note the list of activities and projects that are particularly at risk of being delayed or impacted by COVID-19, and especially the needs of LDCs and SIDs. We are open for proposals for pragmatic solutions to mitigate impacts as much as possible. We therefore support the recommended Council decision for an exceptional time-bound authorization to the CEO to grant additional exceptions to the project cancellation policy. Automatic cancellation of projects due to COVID have to be prevented. We further encourage the Secretariat to pursue the consideration of additional measures as outlined in the document. The flexibility provided within existing guidelines should be clearly communicated. All flexibility provided needs to be within the GEF programming directions and guidelines. Amendments and repurposing of funds must be approved by the Council. We therefore support the current language of the decision text, especially the acknowledgement of the One Health approach. We also appreciate the white paper that was published alongside with the document. It is a valuable input into the replenishment discussions, and I very much support Lauren's proposal for deeper discussions before we start the replenishment discussions. We are all aware that COVID-19 and its socioeconomic consequences will shape the years to come and should therefore be reflected in the GEF 8 programming directions. In this regard, we welcome information how the ideas from the white paper procedurally will be revised, further discussed, developed, or considered under the GEF 8. Nonetheless, we would like to note that the GEF is a facility serving environmental conventions and objectives. We are concerned that some of the activities listed in the white paper, such as disease prediction and pandemic psychology, go beyond the GEF mandates and its core expertise. It would be helpful if further work in this area focuses on the activities that lie within the GEF mandate and could more clearly outline how future opportunities are linked to ongoing GEF activities and expertise, and how they benefit our developing country partners. With that said, we fully support the GEF's efforts to maximize its contributions to a green recovery, taking into account the One Health approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sano from CSO Network, followed by Manrique from Argentina.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate the proposal from the GEF Secretariat on this COVID-19 project preparation and implementation. And also we appreciate for extension of the timing from 12 months to 24 months. This is very important and needful decision. So we have two concerns. Due to COVID, we know the countries, many countries are locked down and they are impacted by COVID in different ways. So there is a need of consultations, how these consultations are going on and will be going on, and then how it will be implemented, what would be the level of implementation, so concern on the quality. So I have connecting question to this, to the GEF Secretary, whether do you have any quality control system in the GEF Secretariat so that you can ensure all the outputs and reports and it made the standard, that one. Second part is relating to capacity. So we know that capacity is always a needful issue. And during this lockdown and COVID impact, how also you are addressing this capacity part of the implementing staffs? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Manrique from Argentina, followed by Antonio from Equatorial Guinea.
Thank you very much. The South Cone constituency supports the recommending decision on this agenda item. We have concerns about the requirements of co-financing in projects, considering that in some countries the existing co-financing was affected by the necessities of governments arising during the pandemic. In these situations, we would like the Secretariat to consider these situations in light of the GEF co-financing policy approved in June 2018. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much. Antonio from Equatorial Guinea, followed by Julio from Angola.
Muchas gracias, William, por cederme la palabra. Agradezco a la secretaria por la iniciativa tomada sobre las cuestiones relativas a la evaluación de los impactos del COVID sobre los proyectos. A nivel de nuestra circunscripción de África Central, hemos sufrido los impactos sobre COVID-19, tales como el caso de Gabón, y agradecemos a la Secretaría por haber aceptado la propuesta formulada por Gabón en cuanto a la extensión de la fecha límite. Quiero resaltar que los impactos del COVID-19 es una clara evidencia sobre la necesidad de reforzar las capacidades a los puntos focales operacionales para ampliar las evaluaciones a nivel de las áreas rurales para los futuros ajustes. Aquello conduciría a los resultados previstos y deseados en el marco de la formulación e implementación de los proyectos. Queremos alentar a la Secretaría para que, en base a los ajustes que se vayan haciendo sobre casos similares, que se piense en reforzar las capacidades cada vez más y el mecanismo de aumento de los recursos en cuanto a la asignación para los países en el marco de ejecución de los proyectos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Secretariat for this initiative of examining the impact of COVID-19 for the Central African constituency. We see this clearly, for example, in the case of Gabon. And we thank the Secretariat for agreeing to an extension in light of this impact. The COVID-19 clearly shows the need to bolster the operational focal points and evaluations, particularly in rural areas, so as to be able to make the appropriate adjustments. The adjustments make reference to the need to step up the resources in order to address the impacts that we anticipate. So once again, we'd like to thank the Secretariat for this, and that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Giulio from Angola, followed by Stephanie from France.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On behalf of Southern Africa constituency, we just would like to welcome the report and to support the recommendations, and to also thank the GEF Secretariat for the flexible responses on the pandemic COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephanie from France, followed by Ornella from Albania.
We support the proposal and with GEF Secretariat for its proactive approach alongside all stakeholders to allow the appraisal of projects in the best way possible during the last months and for the next year in the COVID-19 context. We welcome also the monitoring of the time extensions already in place. It is very important that as the time extension increases. And only one question, is there any estimation of the number of projects that would need an extension timeline and financing amounts related, an extension timeline up to 24 months? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ornella from Albania, followed by Anna from the Philippines.
Hello? I'm sorry, a technical problem here. So I have a proposal for all the council. We have a fast opportunity with the small projects. In the frame of the emergency recovery, we can use these funds because they have a direct access to the community. So maybe for this year, we can use the small projects for all the countries, or at least for the countries that need this fast recovery for COVID, for the post-COVID period.
Over. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. We welcome the proposed Council decision to extend cancellation deadlines. As our countries continue to impose travel and physical distancing restrictions, the proposed extension will provide enough lead time for the preparation of full project document of approved PIFs and complete the necessary data requirements to ensure the quality of the project design. The Council may wish to consider review of co-financing requirement for the next GEF cycle to consider the need of many countries to reallocate their respective resources on priority activities that will address public health concerns and provide economic stimulus towards national economic recovery. The Council may also explore ways how countries can be assisted in developing their green economic recovery programs, which integrate resilience building measures in the economic stimuli that need to be instituted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Victoria from Austria has the floor.
Thank you, William. We also would like to welcome the report and thank the Secretariat and implementing agencies for the quick response to COVID-19. As others, we consider this exception as a time-bound exceptional authorization that is appropriate given the current circumstances, but we encourage the GEF Secretariat to keep making processes for project preparation and implementation as efficient as possible. And I would also like to support the suggestion that was made on the webinar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, William. And I thank all the council members for their comments and questions. So I now would like to invite Francois to answer or answer the questions or react to the comments. Francois, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me first thank all council members on behalf of not just the GEF-SEC, but the partnership as a whole for the broad support that you are giving to this decision. And in fact, beyond it, also for the invitation to bring close monitoring and vigilance and flexibility, even encouragement to provide flexibility within, of course, policy and guidelines to make sure that we don't have unintended consequences to the hardship that our countries and the communities within them and the agencies trying to help are facing in those circumstances. So we made a very good note of that and will integrate it in the dynamic way in which we are considering the developing challenge there, right? We made a good note also of the interest expressed for a broader conversation upstream or in the context of replenishment and the specific call for a webinar. Thanks for that as well. And we'll try to make the best use of the space that you're providing here to appreciate the context. Let me start maybe with a point of explanation, which is that, and it speaks to the question asked by Australia concerning a specific group of 5 projects that was flagged in the document. This concerns projects on which we are currently very much involved under the existing arrangements for which we are trying to avoid the cancellation. And in fact, that number of 5 and the 3 you pointed at stems from an early estimate directly out of the survey we ran with the agencies, precisely to try to get a sense of how the developing circumstances were affecting their expectation. And I insist on expectations because many questions have been asked on the impact on the co-financing flows the US pointed out to this element, the results, Norway, the general GEF portfolio, Australia, and it is still extremely early to do that. The only way we have to do that, given that the information on this resides with countries and agencies, is in fact to survey them at the project level, which is what we did in the context of that survey, right? So the early survey we did in the fall had as a main objective to make sure that no cancellation would happen now, even before the next 6 months, right? And we have a process underway, which seems to be working quite well, by which agencies on behalf of countries and with the procedure that we currently have in the cancellation policy, channel the wish of countries to get an extension directly into the portal. And this is in fact a notification which is securing that if proper action is taken on time by countries and agencies together, there's no immediate risk for cancellation, right? So the approach and the decision that we submitted is intended to address the developing possible needs of the next 6 months between now and the next council, for which I have to admit we have very limited visibility. And as much as we very much want to know the answer to what may be happening to the flows of co-financing, because co-financing is an integral part of how a project is defined, and results are defined based on both the GEF flows and the flows of co-financing. So it's a very important question, right? It is, in fact, extremely early at this point to get a sense of what might happen. We have not seen immediate adverse decisions, reactions, or irreversible decisions, right? We have not faced cancellations, for instance. The only cancellation that happened in recent times is one that was from a point of view of programmatic management, nothing to do with COVID. So we have not seen a flow of cancellation. We have not seen a flow of major amendments, but the agencies reported to us that moving forward, there are very important uncertainties. So I think the best way we can answer those questions is by carrying on along the lines of suggested by many of you, with a very close monitoring of the situation in collaboration with agencies and countries, exactly as we have done it. There was a request for us to report back in June on a similar mode. By then, we shall know much more. And of course, we won't wait for June to actually get a sense of what is underway. So that's essentially for the questions asked on results, co-financing, portfolio impact. I mean, I think we really need more information, and only time will give it to us. The agencies, the picture projected by agencies is itself quite evolutive. We have seen more cases coming from extension now in December than anticipated by the agencies in October. And it could be that we see much more of them in the spring. So we will do more of the same, namely surveying agencies, discussing issues at the operational level, engaging countries where the picture can be quite variable, and making sure that we continue to locate major operational issues that might require, within the frame of our policy and guidelines, some adaptation. So we thank you very much for this great facilitation that this decision will bring to consideration. We will use it with frugality, meaning that if it is manageable on a case-by-case basis, we will avoid a blanket extension. And if the conditions warrant a blanket extension, we would, of course, proceed with it. I finally very much understand that there are areas of great concerns. I mean, we're very concerned as well about the report by agencies that in some situations they have not had the capacity to reach indigenous communities. And as we know, in some cases, it's even a safety point, so it cannot be worked around very easily. They have, however, generally speaking, developed quite a number of interesting workarounds. They are summarized in the paper, and we hear about new ones every day. So we might have in our next reporting much more of a wealth of practices to share with you, and we certainly have the intent of gathering agencies around best practices, because there are a lot of very good ideas that are developing, including in the area of stakeholder engagement and reach, which is one of the most difficult one, right? But the engagement of local consultants, the use of technologies, the training around the use of technology, the allocation of resources to facilitate this, the purchase and the projects of the necessary instrument to support that kind of engagement. All of these activities are underway, and it's a very dynamic field right now. So even though we can't give you the perspective, certainly not in an estimated ways, right? There was a question from France on the number of projects that might be affected by the future extension. It is too early to call, but we will be gathering information, and we will certainly report in June with much more information as to how we've used the flexibility you provide, what the needs might have been. And we'll keep in mind that what I generally heard today is words of encouragement for us to exercise that in ways that are constructive for the GEF partnership, without changing, of course, the mission and the limits allowed by policy and guidelines. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much to you, Francois, for your comments and reactions. I just wanted to compliment myself, saying to Council and our dear friends that the aftermath of COVID can be even worse than the days of the pandemic in terms of project preparation, implementation, in terms of national capacities, in terms of limitations and barriers to the agencies. We're preparing ourselves. We're preparing ourselves to those worst case scenario. When I talk with my team, I always tell them, we need to prepare to the worst case scenario, and in this very specific topic, 2021, which I believe will be the year of the aftermath of COVID-19, is going to be very complex, because probably we may not be dealing with the pandemic, but with the consequences of the pandemic, and definitely the situation that the agencies, and particularly countries, as I said in the previous agenda topic, and the countries, particularly the operation of focal points, is something that of our high concern. But at the same time, this is a great opportunity as we began thinking on the replenishment process and GEF 8 on our role in this green recovery, and I don't have any doubt that we should be the partner of choice for that green recovery in the aftermath of COVID-19. So thank you for that, Francois. Thank you so much. So I would like to invite. I'm finished with the Q&A, and I would like now to invite Council to adopt the draft decision that is included in the document GF/C 59/11. I open the floor for any comments on the adoption of the draft decision. I don't see any observations, so decision adopted. Thank you so much, Council, for the adoption of this decision. Thank you so much. So with this, and we're kind of once more relatively on time, I would like to go over our next agenda item, which is agenda item 14, proposal for responsible investment option for the GEF Trust Fund. I'm really pleased to invite Praveen Desabatla of the Trustee Office to introduce document GEF/C 59/12 called Proposal for Responsible Investment Options for the GEF Trust Fund. Praveen, it is a real pleasure to have you with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. We're happy to present the document titled GEF C59/12, Proposal for Responsible Investment Options for the GEF Trust Fund. During GEF 7 replenishment negotiations, Participants requested the trustee to develop options for social and responsible investment strategies for the GEF Trust Fund. As noted at the council meeting in December 2018, the trustee identified ESG integration as the most appropriate strategy, and starting July 2019, started to apply ESG integration as the default SRI approach for all portfolios managed by the World Bank, including the GEF Trust Fund. Since then, the trustee received several requests from GEF participants to pursue and explore strategies which extends beyond ESG integration. In response, the trustee explored several alternative SRI approaches and proposes an SRI option through sustainable bond strategy for the GEF Council's consideration. My colleague Tapiva Sikipa from the World Bank Treasury will walk us through the proposal, and we'll take questions from the council, and happy to respond. But I also like to note that and thank several council members who have shared their questions in advance of this meeting. So we have attempted to include our responses in the presentation. Over to you, Tap. Tap.
Yes, Praveen, thank you. Apologies, and I'm still trying to get the hang of sharing my screen. I don't get called onto these events very often. So maybe if Nicholas, if you can just give me a signal when you can actually see the presentation online.
We see the presentation.
You see the, okay, perfect. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everybody. It's always a pleasure to be in front of the GEF Council explaining what we're trying to do with it on the trustee side in terms of investments. And I'm glad to be able to come in front of you again to talk about the options that we've developed in terms of ESG and SRI for the GEF Trust Fund portfolio. As Praveen mentioned, during the GEF 7 replenishment negotiations, there was an explicit request from participants for the trustee to develop options for responsible investment for the GEF portfolio. We've taken several steps in that front, and in considering all the essential factors that we do when we're talking about investment, we looked at obviously the GEF's SRI aspirations. We looked at the impact of the different options that we could develop on the risk-return profile of the investment portfolio. We considered obviously the implementation practicality, the cost efficiency, and our ability to scale up. We looked at the attendant reporting that we could do with respect to a strategy, and we also looked at industry best practice and what the trustee could offer relative to what the industry was offering. Since July 2019, the first step we took in this respect was formalization of ESG integration as the default sustainable and responsible investment approach for the World Bank Trust Fund pool and all fifth investment trust fund pools, and in fact for all the portfolios that the trustee manages. And the reason we did that is because we do believe that ESG integration is key to managing portfolios, to improving the risk-adjusted returns of portfolios, and so there was no need for us to think about it in a specific one portfolio context. We actually introduced it across all the portfolios that the trustee manages. Beyond that, obviously, we kept speaking with many different clients, and one of the key pieces of feedback we got, especially from GEF donors, was that whilst ESG integration was good, was there any more that the trustee could do to reflect the GEF's SRI aspirations? To that end, one thing I want to do is to begin by just characterizing what the GEF Trust Fund portfolio looks like today, and that will frame the rest of the conversation with respect to what we're proposing, and why it fits into currently what the GEF is doing. So ultimately, yes.
Would you mind putting this on a slideshow, full slideshow, please, so that we can see that? Okay, do you have the slideshow now?
Yes, thank you. Okay, perfect. Okay. So one of the key characteristics, obviously, of the portfolio is that it's primarily dollar-based. 99% of the GEF's liquidity is currently in a base currency of dollars. I mean, we do invest across different currencies, euro, sterling, etc. But because the GEF Trust Fund is primarily dollar-based, the liquidity portfolio reflects that, and so we basically hedge everything back into US dollars. There are 10 different types of securities spanning government bonds, money market instruments, and MBS. Those three categories are the largest kind of holding, but ultimately reflecting the fact that it's a fixed income portfolio. All the securities we hold are fixed income. There are investments across 23 different currencies, primarily in USA, Japan, Denmark. But again, we try to be as global as possible when looking for opportunities, all bounded within, obviously, the investment objectives of the portfolio. The duration of the portfolio tends to be quite short. We have around 1 year. The duration is around 1 year. The bulk of the liquidity is held in a model portfolio that has a 3-year investment horizon, but that's not to say that the securities in there have a maturity of 3 years. It just means that when we look at optimizing for that model portfolio, we're looking at it in terms of a 3-year horizon. Even then, the actual duration of that model portfolio is a little over 1 year. To reiterate, the investment objectives for the trust fund pool and ultimately the GEF Trust Fund are to optimize investment returns subject to the preservation of capital, using a very conservative risk management framework, and always having liquidity available on demand, so that whenever GEF needs to make disbursements, we're not closing out positions at a loss to facilitate those disbursements. As I mentioned before, the trust funds are primarily held in fixed income, and the plan would be, and this has been our guiding principle as we looked into different options, was that we're maintaining the same risk profile that the GEF Trust Fund has had. We're not changing the risk profile, and therefore any solution has to basically fall within these World Bank senior management approved risk limits that we currently use. So I think what will be useful here is to take a step back and look at sustainable and responsible investment, and look at the different asset classes, and actually see where is their value to be added in terms of actually doing something within the ESG and SRI space. Obviously, the trust fund, the investments in the trust fund pool are governed by ultimately the IBRD and IDA general investment authorizations, which are approved by the World Bank Board. And therefore, when we're looking at what we can do for the GEF Trust Fund, we're guided by those overarching investment authorizations. And then what we did was say, okay, these are the different asset classes that we feel we may have access to. And these are the different SRI approaches. There are 7 commonly identified themes or approaches. Where do we feel that there is significant scope for applicability? And where do we feel that there is some limited or even no scope? As you can see, when we look across the top and see the different approaches, where we have ESG integration, it has significant scope across equities, across corporates, and across sovereigns. That was the first place that the trustee basically decided to act in terms of ESG. And so, having done that, we looked across the 6 remaining, and basically tried to work around where is there remaining significant scope, and also where are we able to, as the trustee, actually make gains. We looked across there, and sustainability themed investments was the next step that we saw significant or some scope for applicability within the GEF Trust Fund portfolio, and therefore that's where we've tried to kind of concentrate. So the options under the responsible investment strategy for the GEF Trust Fund then fall down to 2: ESG integration, which we've already implemented, and then sustainability themed investments. And within the fixed income universe, the sustainability themed investments would basically fall into sustainable bond investments. And that is what we've focused on in terms of the next step and developments. So the idea here is that the trustee will offer a new strategy focused on bonds linked to sustainability. And in that respect, the strategy may focus, the focus on sustainability may involve a change in the normal investment process, and therefore requires the GEF Council approval to participate. The key features of this is that obviously that it's again under the overarching authorizations and guidelines that the bank already operates under for the World Bank Trust Fund pool, and therefore can be implemented relatively quickly. So just to recap, why did we want this extension, or why was the extension requested? So ESG integration, as I said, we began at the start of fiscal year 20, and some of the ESG metrics that come out of that process are already being reported in the trustees' financial report. ESG integration really is about putting ESG risk factors and opportunities into an existing investment process. So there is nothing that is meant to change how we invest, nothing that is meant to change the process through which that we go through, but ultimately what it does is give us access to a wider range of information, non-traditional information, so extending from just financial into ESG information that may have an effect on the financial profile of the investments that we make. And I think that's an important thing to reiterate, is that ESG integration really is about how do we improve the risk-adjusted returns of the portfolio by looking at ESG factors and how they may affect the financial performance of the investments that we make. So ultimately, all else being equal, by considering this wider array of risk and opportunities, we would expect that some financial portfolio factors will improve. Now, it's also, I think, incumbent on me to say that many of these ESG risks and opportunities may be long-term in nature, and therefore may take a while to materialize. So one shouldn't expect to see massive portfolio changes in the fixed income context, especially when ESG integration is being applied. Because, for example, if an ESG risk is expected to materialize over the next 10 to 15 years, buying a one-year bond does not make a difference to the portfolio risk metrics. So, whereas in the equity context, we might expect that ESG integration would result in quite large changes in some cases to the portfolio profile. In the fixed income context, it does not have the same effect. And the other thing is that because ESG integration is simply a continuation of the investment process, by expanding the information set, it is not expected to result in improved ESG metrics in and of itself, since it is not an investment objective. However, it is incumbent to say, in the long run, if ESG integration results in us picking companies with better ESG profiles, because those profiles will result in better financial performance, then we ought to see in the long run that the ESG profile of the portfolio should improve. But it's, again, important to note, it is not an investment objective explicitly. On the screen is the I'm sorry, I think I need to go up one.
Hi, Tapio, we're running the presentation on our end, so please let us know if we should go next or before.
Okay, can you go to the slide before? Yes, thank you. So on this screen is the outcome of ESG integration for the GEF portfolio, and again, this is as a result of the existing investment process, not because of ESG integration. So ultimately what this is saying is using a large industry provider's ESG ratings and metrics. The GEF Trust Fund portfolio has an ESG rating of A and an ESG quality score of 6.4. The A puts it among the top performers in terms of all the funds and portfolios rated by MSCI. And we can see there the ratings distribution, that the portfolio has something in the region of 17% of its portfolio in ESG leaders, and 6% of upwards rating momentum in its ESG rankings. Again, the stress here is to say we are not managing the GEF portfolio or any other portfolio with a view to improving their ESG ratings. This is not the aim. However, ESG integration in the long run ought to see those ratings towards the higher end, because ultimately, if we're choosing issuers that are better financial profile, then ultimately the ESG rating should improve. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Okay, so that's the ESG integration. Moving on to sustainability themed and sustainable bonds. There are 4 types of sustainable bonds, and the idea here is we want to quickly outline these 4 types of labeled bonds, we're using the labels that are used by probably the largest of the bodies that looks into the sustainable bond universe, and that is ICMA. So those four types are green bonds, where 100% of the bond's use of proceeds are meant to go towards environmental projects, either to reduce CO2 emissions or to adapt to climate change. There are social bonds. A social bond is one that funds social projects and in normal times have to support particularly disadvantaged groups. Sustainability bonds, these are bonds whose use of proceeds funds both green and social projects. And then a newer type of bond, the SDG bond, which funds both green and social projects, but also has an explicit link to one or more of the SDGs. What we want to add here is that whilst the labels are very useful in terms of outlining, the sustainable bond universe, the label in and of itself is not the guiding principle for the universe that we intend to consider, because there are bonds, obviously by issuers whose maybe the entire business or entire raison d'etre is sustainability. And so we're not limiting ourselves simply to the labeled bonds per se, but what we want to do is look at the theme of sustainability. It's easier with labels, but we will extend beyond just the labeled bonds. Okay, Nicholas, can we move to the next one? Just to show what the market looks like in terms of sustainable bonds. This is looking at 2019 issuance. Green bonds are by far the largest segment of the sustainable bond universe. Obviously, they've been in existence for much longer than social sustainability bonds, and as a result, there's a lot more issuance in the green bond market. And this is a split across the different types of bonds, or issuers at least, that issue green bonds, social bonds, and sustainability bonds. There was around $350 billion of issuance of these labeled sustainable bonds in 2019. In 2020, we've seen over $500 billion of issuance, far surpassing expectations. And a lot of that growth has been actually in social bonds, which were issued in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we're starting to see a lot more catch up of the social bond type and the sustainability bond types. But certainly we still see green bonds as the dominant market segment in the sustainable bond market. Next slide, please, Nicholas. So with respect to implementation approach, timeline, and costs, the key thing here is that this strategy that we're proposing is readily implementable upon council approval. The reason being, the implementation will commence with a universe that the trustee is readily knowledgeable about, because the sovereign, supranational, and agency bonds that are going to be considered for the strategy are bonds that we already invest in and already have the ability to invest in and already have a significant market knowledge about. Therefore, there is no ramp up period for us to be able to say, well, we need to figure out what the market looks like or is. We're well aware of the bonds. The idea here is the strategy now would be a very specific strategy targeting these securities and putting them in a separate strategy that we're able to monitor and discuss. At the moment, whilst we're able to invest in these securities, we only do so on an opportunistic basis. And so we're trying to move from opportunistic to very targeted to see how quickly we can scale up to a significant size. That implementation means obviously that there should not be any additional costs involved in the strategy, because again, it's authorized, it's within our guidelines, it's a universe that we know. Beyond green bonds and beyond this particular universe, in future implementations, we may consider doing that after we've run this particular strategy for a while, to make sure that it's scalable, but also to learn from the experiences of targeting a very small, not very small, a smaller part of the wider universe that we have, and to see what that looks like in terms of the risk return profile of the trust funds that we manage, and whether or not it's something that can be scaled up even further. And as well as that, extending beyond SSAs would likely require increased resources to deal with things like credit analysis in the issue of corporate bonds, more detailed use of proceeds analysis, and then just looking at the investment management considerations and any impact reporting considerations. And I want to take up just a minute here to discuss impact reporting, and maybe Nicholas, if we can move on to the next slide. So the reporting that we talk about when we talk about impact reporting in the investment management sense, I think is slightly different to when the GEF participants are talking about it. Certainly in the investment sense, it really is limited to looking at the universe of securities that we've bought for the strategy, looking at the data that the issuers of those securities has provided, and whether or not we're able to then talk about things such as what market segment were the issuers from, i.e. were they green bonds, social bonds, sustainability bonds, SDG bonds, etc. Where the data is provided, we may be able to talk about the projects that have been financed by the issuer as part of their sustainable issuance programs, and also maybe issues like geographical breakdowns, etc., etc. I don't think it's anywhere near as detailed as the impact that GEF participants speak of when they speak about impact. So I just wanted to kind of set out the limits of what the trustee can report on from an investment perspective when we speak about impact. And then obviously it'll all be dependent on the availability of information from the issuers that we're buying the securities from. The aim here is that we will report separately on this particular strategy from that perspective on an annual basis, should it be possible from the data that we get. Nicholas, next slide, please. So let me wrap up by saying, this proposed sustainable bond strategy and the ESG integration approach that we implemented at the start of fiscal year 20 collectively address the GEF 7 policy recommendations for the trustee to develop options for a strategy. And so hopefully this marks the end of that particular chapter, and we can move now to implementation of this strategy and implement it as quickly as possible for the GEF 7 for the GEF portfolio, but also for the trust fund portfolio as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Tap. Thanks for the detailed presentation, and also touching upon some of the key aspects which we have received from the participants in the form of questions ahead of the meeting, and also through our consultation throughout the last year and a half. With this, and as you rightly pointed, with this strategy and the ESG integration as the default strategy, and the proposed strategy, which if the council approves, that would address the GEF 7 policy recommendation for the trustee to develop options for the SRI approaches for the GEF trust funds held in trust. With that, over to you, Chair. We're happy to take questions from the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Praveen, and thank you, Tapiwa, for the great presentation on the proposal. I think it was an excellent illustration of what we need to present to the board. So with this, I now will open the floor for questions and comments from the floor. William, our secretary, will help us with the list of speakers. Over to you, William.
Thank you very much. Marita from Sweden has the floor, followed by Cordula from Germany.
Let me just first say thank you to Praveen and colleagues for this work. It's been a long process. We started discussing this already in 2017, and then we discussed it during the replenishment negotiations. And we've also had the working group, and there's been many different views, and also the GEF has been able to influence also the actual approval of the ESG strategy of the bank. So I think the GEF has at least inspired that strategy. So I think that's very positive. But with regard to the proposal, we welcome this proposed sustainable bond strategy as an important step forward. And we can support it in principle, but we have a couple of questions and suggestions. As an overarching priority, and this I'm sure, Praveen, is nothing new to you, but we believe the investments of the funds in trust should be aligned with globally agreed environmental and climate objectives, including the Paris Agreement and etc. The GEF is a financial mechanism for 5 multilateral environmental conventions, and we believe this must be reflected also in this strategy. We would therefore favor a focus on green and blue bonds in the strategy. And I understand also from the presentation that green bonds are a majority in the market of these kind of bonds. We are also open to consider other subgroups such as sustainable transport, renewable energy, sustainable cities, and ocean-related type subgroups. However, we are skeptical and we do not support at this stage to include general references to MDBs or DFIs and other categories under that label, since it is not clear to us that these institutions as yet are fully compliant with global goals, the ones I mentioned, and also criteria pertaining to green bonds, etc. But primarily, our concern is that we don't want to give a blank approval of this kind of category. I think if we were to consider that, we would need to have the organizations identified and also to have a reporting on how they are fulfilling the mutually agreed environmental and climate obligations. We also see a risk with references that are too general and believe this could contribute to unclear reporting on development effects. Coming to that point, we welcome the suggestion to have a special report on development effects of the strategy and would like to receive more information when such a report could be presented to the Council and how it will be prepared. How will you measure the effects? How would you go about it, so to say? I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cordula from Germany, followed by Tanya from Finland.
Thank you, William, and also thank you to the Treasury for all the work that they have invested in this issue and their cooperation. As a shareholder, we are in support of the implementation of ESG integration as a default option for the World Bank Group. In our view, this is, however, not sufficient for GEF purposes. We hence are supportive of additionally considering the approach of sustainable bond strategy. With this, we would like to see a specific focus on bonds that are green bonds and Paris compatible. We agree with the assumption that the approach to be adopted should remain within the framework of existing World Bank Group investment authorizations and guidelines. The document, when relating to the sustainable bond strategy, could, however, be more strategic in its approach. There are no long-term targets or reporting indicators which would support the idea of impact investments. We propose that this could be included as part of the trustees' financial reports. Regarding impact, the World Bank could, as an important investor, significantly influence the actual impacts of bonds by, for example, requiring and setting ambitious impact criteria that have to be met to qualify as sustainable bonds under the GEF. For the beginning, we asked that the Secretariat, together with the World Bank, monitor the impact reporting of invested sustainable bonds assess their quality, and report back to the findings to the GEF Council for review and potential action. This could include reporting on costs of the approach, the proportion of the portfolio invested in sustainable bonds, the distribution according to impact standards and thematic focus, as well as the Paris alignment of the entire portfolio. On the latter, industry groups such as institutional investor groups or climate change have proposed relevant frameworks which we suggest to consult. We also did not find a reference to the MDB Paris alignment process. The World Bank has committed itself to aligning its internal activities with the goals of the Paris Agreement at COP24. Trustee activities are explicitly covered under Building Block 6 of this joint MDB approach. We suggest to include a reference here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tanya from Finland, followed by Stephanie from France.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. In principle, our constituency agrees with the idea to go one step further than environmental, social, and governance standards integration and bring investment policy even more in line with the goals of the GEF itself. This could be a model for other trust funds, and as such, it would be useful if lessons learned could be shared with the bank. We would like to have more information on what a longer-term way forward could be. Document indicates that indeed the strategy is expected to evolve in size and scope over time, reflecting the market growth and lessons learned for investors and trustees and issuers. We would like to know how the trustee sees and defines this longer term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephanie from France, followed by Patricio from Ecuador.
Thank you. The sustainable bond strategy goes beyond the default ESG integration strategy of all trust funds administered by the World Bank, and we thus welcome this proposal. However, we have some remarks regarding the proposed strategy and encourage the trustee to continue its efforts in consultation with the Council to improve the SRI strategy. First, it is not obvious for us that the following issuers have a systematic sustainable impact. Multilateral banks, for example, development finance institutions, export credit agencies, and national development banks. So, as Sweden and Germany, we would like more details regarding the analysis of such issuers carried out when it comes to unlabeled bonds. Second, we encourage the trustee to continue its efforts to develop reporting metrics to give an overview of the portfolio, including with ESG considerations. We support the Swedish proposal of a report on this matter. And finally, mortgage-backed securities represent a substantial share of the portfolio, while their ESG performance is not as good as the rest of the portfolio. Are there any solutions regarding potential targets in relation to ESG for these specific securities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Patricio from Ecuador, followed by Nicholas from USA.
Thank you, William. We appreciate the presentation of the proposal to the trustee. We recognize the importance of continuing with the implementation of the private sector strategy. It is necessary to analyze the implications of these investment options, so it should be analyzed in depth. We want to know the percentage of sustainable funds and how much is going to be allocated to it. Channeling investment towards green bonds allows to amplify the environmental and social impact to the GEF. Document C5912 shows that the yield on these bonds in recent years is slightly lower by between 1 and 2 basis points compared to non-green investments. This lower profitability is justified by the impact generated by the promotion of these investments is consistent with the mission of the GEF. the historical risk of these bonds has not differed in the last 4 years with respect to the non-green ones. However, their behavior is unpredictable, for which there must be a permanent surveillance of the market to avoid the financial losses in the portfolio lead to the underfinancing of the GEF project. Channeling investments amplify the environmental and social impact in the GEF. Document C5912 demonstrates that the financial yield is lower between 1 and 2 basis points compared to non-green investments. The historic risks of these bonds have not been higher compared to non-green ones over the last 4 years. However, due to the potential volatility involved in these bonds, we recommend a permanent monitoring to avoid financial losses in the GEF trust fund portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas from the USA, followed by Ben from the UK.
Thank you very much. And we would like to thank first the trustee for preparing this proposal for a sustainable bond strategy for the GEF Trust Fund. We believe that this proposed strategy and the World Bank's implementation of ESG integration across its trust fund pool both effectively meet the Council's GEF 7 directive to the trustee. So we can support the GEF Trust Fund, including an allocation to sustainable bonds, so long as the trust fund's current investment objectives, authorizations, and guidelines are upheld. We think the approach outlined by the trustee is prudent. We would encourage the Council to maintain its focus on the purpose of the GEF Trust Fund, which of course is to receive and invest GEF donor contributions until these funds are dispersed to the final recipients for development projects. As such, the overarching objective of the trust fund is, and indeed has to remain, capital preservation, liquidity on demand, and the maintenance of an optimal risk-return profile. The GEF's programming is the primary venue for pursuing global environmental benefits, and the trust fund's job is to support that by managing the donors' funds prudently. We believe that the trustee's proposal reflects these principles. So we believe that a gradual phased approach is not only appropriate, but necessary, given the market size, liquidity, and stage of development. Moreover, given the relative newness of these instruments, we are still learning about their risk-return characteristics and their behavior in different market environments, so caution is advisable here. Finally, we would just like to note the high demand for the GEF's non-grant instrument program, which we believe is the appropriate channel for more focused and innovative market-based financing initiatives. We look forward to the GEF 8 discussions to see how this program can be further enhanced. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben from UK has the floor, followed by Manrique from Argentina.
Many thanks, William, and many thanks to Praveen for the presentation. We welcome this move by the trustee to tighten the sustainability policy of managing GEF's liquid assets. It's a step in the right direction. The UK agrees to the proposal to implement the proposed sustainable bond strategy for the GEF Trust Fund and agree that it addresses the GEF 7 policy recommendation. As I said, it's a step in the right direction. It's a small step, and we would hope to see the bar raised in future. One specific point, which I think relates to points that Sweden and France also made in relation to paragraph 22 of a document, while we can accept that unlabeled issuance by developing finance institutions with an explicit mandate to foster sustainable development could be included in the investment universe under the strategy, we would suggest some caution about how far to extend this, as others have already mentioned. Many thanks.
Thank you. Enrique from Argentina, followed by Yoshitomo from Japan.
Thank you very much. I would like to echo the intervention of part of the intervention of Germany, if I understood correctly, and the US as well, in the sense that the GEF, it's the instrument related with the international conventions. In this sense, any development of any market systems of bonds must be in line with the national priorities of governments, and particularly recipient governments that have assumed certain commitments under these conventions. Thank you. Over.
Thank you. Last speaker, Yoshitomo from Japan.
Thank you, William, and thank you, Praveen, and the World Bank colleagues for the presentations. Given that we have limited time available, I'll be very, very brief. From our side, we recognize that the investment objective of GEF Trust Fund are to optimize investment returns subject to preserving capital and maintaining adequate liquidity to meet foreseeable cash flow needs within a conservative risk management framework. And from that perspective, we have submitted a number of questions from this perspective, and we have received your response. We thank you for that. But we need some time to digest what has been responded. So we'd like to look into it, and should we have further points of clarification or questions, we will send it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, William, and thanks everybody for the comments and questions. I will turn it over to Praveen so he can give us on his reactions to the Q&As that we just went through. Praveen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council members, for your comments and guidance for next steps, and also for acknowledging that we are moving in the right direction, and there's a step in the right direction, and it also fulfills the GEF 7 policy recommendation. As a staff had also mentioned earlier in the presentation, we as the institution, we believe preserving capital and managing the risk return profile, and also meeting the liquidity of the GEF Trust Fund, and for that matter for all trust funds, that is the primary goal, and that is the objective. We will always stick to it. And we also look at the World Bank investment authorization as that's a guiding rule for us, and we go by that. And there's some technical questions. Certainly, TAP will be happy to take on and report on these. And one of the things that TAP had mentioned about the impact reporting space, that is something we'll have to see. The current portfolio, however, what we define as impact may not be, actually it is not as what the council members, some council members had expressed. And certainly it's going to depend a lot on the information from the market and the issuers. So with that, I'll actually let TAP come in with the specific questions on those, on the technical questions. TAP, are you there?
Yes, thanks, Praveen.
Yeah.
Thank you all for your questions and comments. Very useful. Let me try and be brief, as I know that we're running out of time. So, as Treasury and as a portfolio manager for trust funds, the idea here is always to balance our responsibilities in terms of the investment objectives of the trust funds that we manage against the ambitions. There is no shortage of ambition, and sometimes it may seem like we're being slow, but managing a $31 billion portfolio across 2,000 different trust funds means that being conservative, making sure that when we want to go into new markets and new products, it is done in a way that will allow us to maintain those high-level investment objectives is our primary aim. So we are probably at the limits of the World Bank's investment authorizations and guidelines. And Marita was right. The GEF has been inspirational in allowing us to take those steps in ESG. And we have extended as far as we can under the current authorizations and guidelines. We obviously will continue to monitor the market with respect to how the sustainable bond market develops, and take advantage of it whenever we can. To that end, issues such as targeting specific types of bonds or specific types of agreements, whilst they may be desirable from one perspective, are still subject to the realities of investment management, which means that the issuers that are available to us versus the credit ratings that are available to us versus the maturities are the high level objectives that will always take precedence. Therefore, I would expect that the strategy, whilst not targeting specifically any particular segment, will broadly reflect the market, which means that the vast majority of the strategy will be in green bonds. And again, we will, even within the green bond category, be subject to what the issuers are issuing. And we see this step into the sustainable bond strategy again as the beginning of a journey for this type of strategy. This is not the end. This is just the beginning, because ultimately what we'll have to do is grow with the market, is report back to the council on various issues and receive feedback on issues like reporting. Today, there is no market standard on reporting when it comes to sustainable bonds because all the issuers use different metrics. They may report on different things, and therefore we cannot just aggregate everything that we do. So we even on the reporting aspect, we see it as the start of a process in which we start the reporting with the data that we get. We give the reporting to the council and whatever other trust funds are actually involved in allocating to this strategy. We get feedback and we try to develop, and that means probably as asks come to us, we may go to issuers and ask for more information. So on the reporting side, again, the idea here is that it'll be an iterative process. With respect to MDBs and DFIs, certainly, I can see the pushback on in terms of giving a blanket approval. There is no intent to say that everything will be available. As we said there, the idea is to the extent that those unlabeled issuances do have the supporting documentation, supporting frameworks necessary for us to be able to credibly say that the issuances we're buying are sustainable and from issuers that have some kind of robust framework. That would be the idea. The idea wouldn't be just to get a blanket approval. In terms of the size of allocation, again, the idea here is we're guided by A, the market, and B, the speed at which we can ramp up a portfolio that complies with the high-level investment objectives. So whilst the sustainable bond market may be in the region of $1.2 trillion, the amount available to us with respect to what we're allowed to do by those authorizations and guidelines may be much smaller. And until we start ramping up and seeing what is available in terms of buying, then we really can't outright say what the size would be. As you know, this is a market segment that has a lot of investors who believe passionately in sustainable investment. And so therefore, unlike, for example, standard government bonds, there may not be a ready buyer-seller, because a lot of buyers may be wanting to hold on to those bonds, much in the same way as we want to see this as a core holding and would want to hold on to the bonds that we get. So we'll be reporting back as Treasury will be reporting back to the trustee to say, well, this is what we think we can get in terms of how it conforms to the investment objectives overall. If I look at some of the other questions. There was reference to the greenium, which is the fact that historically we've seen that some of the green bonds may have priced a little bit higher than non-green bonds. That's a reflection probably of the market still being relatively in its infancy in past years. We do start seeing that most of the green bonds now are priced in line, and again that would be something that we'll be keeping a close eye on because again our high-level investment objectives still pertain to risk-adjusted returns and capital preservation. So there is no sense that we would start giving up significant amounts of return just to be able to chase this particular strategy. We still have high-level objectives that we adhere to. So let me stop there, and I can get back with the very specific technical questions later on offline in the interest of time. But again, thank you all for your questions, and let me pass it back to Praveen.
Thank you, Tap. I guess, Chair and the council members, Hope we have responded to most questions. Some are relatively, I would take it as a guidance for the particularly on the reporting framework to come reporting matrix which we will be developing as we move in implement into the implementation phase. There was one reference about I think a couple reference about Paris alignment. Maybe TAP can also elucidate. He did mention TAP mentioned about that in the presentation earlier. That the objective and the authorization, what we have is primarily it goes with the financial returns and the risk related to it, and maximizing return, minimizing the risk, and also looking at it from a liquidity perspective. And these tagging those with Paris alignment is certainly that has not been something which we wouldn't be we don't have any guidance on that from the investment authorization. So I'll leave TAP. Maybe you may want to touch upon that, TAP, before we hand the floor back to the chair.
Yeah, sure. So on Paris alignment, I think what's important there is to really get a sense of what is meant and what is understood by investments that are Paris aligned. As we know, apart from the authorizations and guidelines, the even higher level governing principle are the articles of agreement, and within those articles of agreement, there's some very specific language which relates to how the bank will select investments, and that kind of limits the scope that there is for exclusions. And so I think the balance here has to be between the ambitions of what we want to do, but also acknowledge the realities of basically how the trustee can act with respect to, as I've just pointed out, the articles, then the authorizations, then the guidelines. I think having principles in mind for what we want to do for a strategy is good. I think there is scope for things to become quite difficult if we try to prescribe in a very detailed way what the trustee should and should not invest in, and for what reasons. I think those would be corporate level decisions that go simply beyond just Treasury, but start to speak to the World Bank board and to the shareholders in general.
I hope we have responded to most of the questions, and over to you, Chair, and happy to take any further questions or clarifications from the council, if any.
Thank you very much. I see Marita has requested the floor. Marita, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chad and Praveen, for the further clarification. We of course fully respect the investment authorization that have been approved by the World Bank board. But let me be clear: the funding that we are providing to the GEF, all of us, it comes with it's funding, at least from our side, it's funding from our development budgets. And they are Paris aligned, and they are aligned with all global commitments when we provide the funding. And we would expect the bank to respond in the same way, especially since the World Bank has committed to be Paris aligned. So I think this is an important point, that it's not just the principle that that is difficult to implement. This is a political commitment that also the World Bank has taken, and also the World Bank board has taken. So I think it's important to take this into account. And when we talk about focus of types of bonds, the types of bonds that both us from Sweden and Germany are suggesting are green bonds, and we also suggest blue bonds, which are not mentioned. It's nothing new. It's within the sustainable bond strategy, and so this will not create any additional problem for the investment authorization. So I think these are reasonable requests. And on the MDBs, again, on the reference to a blanket authorization. I think this is very important, and if these kind of bonds would be used or considered to be used, then I think you would need to come back to the Council to be able to demonstrate that these institutions are in fact compliant with the principles that we have talked about. Thank you.
Thank you, Marita, for your intervention. And let me jump on over here. I totally agree with your points that you just made it. Over to you, Pradeep.
Thanks, Marita. Certainly, we do agree on the principles and also your specific request. But what TAP and I have been, what we are trying to explain here is about we have been bound by the World Bank's investment authorization and the principles. So anything, the foremost thing, there's a framework around how investments are made, and that is what that includes the objective of the whole pool, applicable for even IBRD and IDA pool, and also it specifies credit risks and other elements to it which are essential for investments. So as we speak here, what we have, as we said in the initial from the paper as well as in the presentation, is that we are trying to offer what is within the authorization currently, and there are no specific authorizations for these type of specific activities. While the World Bank, maybe TAP can jump in, but World Bank, what Cordilla had mentioned earlier about the Paris alignment and the World Bank's commitment to it, certainly that would there should be some distinction between what is happening on the project level and what is happening in the investment aspects, as the council member from the United States had mentioned. There are two, even within the GEF, when we're looking at it, there are two different aspects to it. When GEF is going and investing in specific project level targeting, like NGIs that target greening, that focus is slightly different from the funds which are held in trust, which today we have about 3 plus billion in funds, but tomorrow it can be drawn down as the disbursement increases. The funds would be drawn down. So there the focus is we are trying to do what we are already authorized to do. That's what we were trying to say. We fully take your comments and we'll and your inputs and guidance, I would say, for the next iteration, when we're considering anything on this front, and also for developing the next phases of it. And we will try our best to include what is available for from a reporting perspective, and we'll come back to council and see what can be offered in that from the reporting perspective. I'll request TAP. Do you have anything to add, TAP?
Yeah, and I think, look, let me, if I gave the impression that we were pushing back on any of the good suggestions, I apologize. The idea is to say, to the extent that there are green and blue bonds that are available to buy, fit into the rating profile and to the maturity profile that's needed for the strategy, of course we'll buy them. But what I'm not able to do as the portfolio manager is sit here and say, yeah, we're going to buy blue bonds for this, because it just depends on what the market provides and whether or not it fits into the strategy. So yes, of course, we have no lack of ambition too, and we will work with the GEF and other trust funds as much as possible to be as broad a church as possible in terms of investments, and also to be as inclusive as possible within the realities of day-to-day investment management. So, we've tried to be as transparent as possible as to what we'll try to do. And ultimately what the market provides is what we will include in the strategy, again subject to those high level agreements. So yes, I mean we've committed in the past and we'll commit again to continue to work with the different donors to see what we can do As you know, we always try to be as responsive as we can, to the extent that we can, and that won't stop now. As I've said, that we expect this to be an iterative process with respect to reporting, with respect to what's included, and with respect to what else the bank can do. So that doesn't stop. We certainly want to be responsive, and we will continue to be so.
Step. Over to you, Chair. Hope we have responded to this, and we are happy to take questions or any clarifications offline in the interest of time. Over to you.
Well, thank you, Pradeep and TAP, for the excellent presentation, and thanks to all council members for your council advice and support on this proposal. With this, I would like to invite council to adopt the draft decision that is included in document GF/C 59/12. The floor is open. I see no objections. The decision adopted. Thank you so much. I congratulate you all. Thank you so much, Pradeep and TAP for the excellent job. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, council members, for the continued guidance. We'll stay connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep.
Thank you.
With this, we end, agenda item number 14. And we go to agenda item 4, which is the 8th replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund. And before giving the floor to the trustee to present the document of the 8th replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund, I would like to begin by saying some few words. In the same line that I did my statement last Monday, I would like to highlight that faced with this COVID-19 pandemic and multiple environmental threat, this past year has been a particularly difficult one and challenging for all of us. However, when we look back in years to come, I truly believe that 2020, despite the suffering it has unleashed to all of us, will be seen as the year that we took the decisions, the proper decision, and the turning point did happen. This pandemic has been a very sad reminder that the world was on the wrong track with nature and the economic conflict, that we got a broken relationship between humans and nature, and that our economic system fails with respect to the aspiration, which is unlimited economic growth without recognizing planetary boundaries. So I believe it has convinced people and many governments that there's a clear link between human health and the state of our planet, our natural capital, and we cannot simply go back to business as usual and to our old habits. So I believe that the only way forward is to invest in nature and focus on a green recovery to prevent not just a future pandemic, but as well prepare ourselves to fight on the ongoing environmental threats such as climate change and the biodiversity collapse that we are looking at. And in that context, I urge you to see the oncoming GEF replenishment process as that unique opportunity. We normally go back in time and we remember what we did in the GEF 4 and the GEF 6, and I hope that in the future when we go back in time and see the GEF 8, instead of calling it the GEF 8, we call it the green recovery GEF cycle. Because this is what I strongly believe that we should be concentrated on, and it's a matter of urgency and being able to have a very science-based, a strong political narrative where we can bring many of the findings and recommendations from the COVID-19 task force with the many different elements that has been provided by countries and agencies. So it is a moment for all of us, the council members, the agencies, IEOs, staff, CSO, private sector, the indigenous and small farmers community to come together in support of a very ambitious and bold GEF replenishment strategy. I just hope that today's meeting will lay the foundation for an ambitious GEF 8 replenishing, focusing on helping countries to build back better, smarter and greener in response to the pandemic. So a replenishment that enables GEF and its partners to deal with the current and future threat to our planet is what we should be concentrating on. And I tend to strongly believe, that in the context of building back better, in the context of what the new economic system, that new economic paradigm should look like, the GEF is a partner of choice. The GEF is this organization that can really add value to that huge effort of poverty alleviation and human development. And even though we at the planet has been doing great in terms of human development in the last 30 years. Every single human development indicator in the last 30 years has increased dramatically. We've been able to bring people out of the poverty line like never before in humankind history. Nevertheless, we've been able to do that together with the destruction of the forests and the ecosystems, the loss of biodiversity, an increased pollution on freshwater, in the air, in the atmosphere, in the ocean. So that human development that we have seen in the last 30 years is not sustainable at all, because we've been investing on this very rich capital, which is the human capital, without really recognizing the intertwinedness of investing at the same time, at the same scale, in with the human capital as well as the natural capital. That is why I strongly believe that the GEF 8 replenishment is not only that opportunity for us to be the partner of choice in building back better in a green manner, but also, and as important, we are the agency that can give the add value to that other larger aspiration that we all share, that is human development. And in that context, GEF 8 is going to be a great one. The GEF 8 cycle, as I see it, is that effort that is going to help us in a green recovery, and then the GEF 9 process will be the period of the major transformation. The GEF 8 will be the opportunity of building back green and better by doing the major piloting, by doing by creating the enabling institutional and policy conditions. The moment where the GEF and the Green Climate Fund doesn't collaborate rather than complement, where we share long-term vision for complementarity rather than what we do today, which is just collaborating. We do it very good, but collaboration is not enough to me. We need to really complement, because the challenge is a challenge of amplification and scales. And as we understand that that is what we have in front of us for the next period, we need to really think on the following replacement cycle, which is the GEF 9. Everything that I do or I will do in the GEF 8 replenishment process is because I got a great set of ideas for the following period. And the following period is where the major big transformation. in terms of institutional systems, in terms of policies, in terms of the role of the private sector, in terms of the role of civil society, in terms of really understanding that the financial resources for achieving our sustainability standards will eventually come from every single country without competing with fiscal resources, and based on the fact that countries will fully recognize that it's in their own self-interest to mobilize domestic resources in a more efficient manner than what we have been doing it. And we, in multilateral agencies, play a key role in doing that strategic catalyzer investment. So I see the GEF 8 in the context of the GEF 9, which is the major transformation, because by 2030, we need to be able to achieve everything that during 2021 will be decided in the many different COPs that we will be having throughout this year. So without further ado, I'm really pleased and honored to have Dirk Reinman from the trustee office to introduce us GF, the document, the GF/C59/04, which is the launching of the 8th replenishment of the GF fund. Dirk, we very much will welcome you. We're honored with your presence, and I pass the floor to you.
Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure to be with you, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce the document entitled 8th Replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund, GEF 8. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. As the CEO has just highlighted the important role of the GEF and the need for additional resources to support the environmental mandate set by the COP and the multilateral environmental agreements, especially at this time of global economic crisis. It gives me great pleasure to introduce this document. But I want to start really by thanking all donors to the GEF for their very strong contribution to the GEF and for their continued support of the activities of the GEF. Annex B of the GEF instrument provides that the trustee is responsible for resource mobilization of the GEF and will initiate the discussion for the next replenishment at the request of the GEF Council. As you know, the current GEF 7 replenishment covers the period of July 1st, 2018 to June 30th, 2022. From past experience with previous replenishments, and I had the pleasure of participating in the last one, these negotiations can take around 15 to 18 months to conclude. With the GEF 7 replenishment period ending on June 30th, 2022, it is therefore recommended that discussions on the 8th replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund be initiated with a view to concluding the negotiations by April 2022. Subsequently, the GEF 8 replenishment package would then be presented for endorsement by the GEF Council and by the GEF Assembly, and the adoption of the replenishment resolution by the World Bank Executive Directors by June 2022. This will help ensure that GEF operations can continue uninterrupted into the GEF 8 replenishment period. It is therefore recommended that the Council adopt the decision to initiate discussions on the 8th replenishment of the resources of the GEF Trust Fund. Lastly, in terms of process, we would like to remind Council members that following the Council's approval to initiate the GEF 8 process, we will share the draft planning note for GEF 8 for your consideration. And the planning note will include details of, for example, participations, including minimum contribution to participate in GEF 8 negotiations, indicative meeting dates, meeting format, venue, broad timelines to include the negotiations, an indicative agenda and proposed papers for each meeting, and we expect to share this planning note with you later this month or early January 2021. And with that, we seek the Council's approval to initiate the GEF 8 replenishment process. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dirk, for that. And we look forward to collaborate and work very hard on this incoming replenishment process. With this, I would like to open the floor for the comments or questions from the Council. William, I'll pass it over to you so you can keep the list of the speakers.
Sano has requested the floor. Please go ahead, followed by Marita.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for this greatest effort for the GEF 8, and the specific target is build back better. We appreciate this vision, because if we want, we are doing good, no question on that. So we are doing good. Now we are aiming to do better. So one of the key points I want to ask for clarification: what particular elements that we need to have to claim for that we are going to achieve better? So one of the suggestions from the GEF CSO network, we identified that our presence at the national level, project level is limited. And for that, we proposed a CSO government dialogue platform so that we can get inside the project and we can complement in the total approaches. And there are some experiences that GEF 7, there is no budget for the GEF CSO network. Even our website is down. My specific question to the GEF CSO CEO, kindly let us know whether we can launch our website and we can start communication, because from 2017 we are blocked. We need to be open, and we earlier also proposed that if we want to really make build back better, and if we want to go for further significant progress, then we need a strategic approach. That means we proposed GEF 2030 strategy, where GEF 8 and GEF 9, they will be working together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Marita from Sweden, followed by Patricio from Ecuador.
We can support the proposed decision text. I'd just like to take this opportunity to make a few comments. We would like to stress that the GEF 8 replenishment negotiations will be facing an unprecedented and unique challenge due to the accelerated loss of biodiversity and ecosystems, both on land and in our oceans, the increasing climate crisis, and the depletion of our oceans. And of course, we also need to take into account the potential serious mid to long-term effects of COVID-19, which leads to an even less beneficial starting point to tackle these crises and further set us back in our efforts to achieve sustainable development. We would like to emphasize that the 8th replenishment must address both the increasing needs of financing within the thematic area of the conventions, as well as ensure that the GEF can contribute to sustainable and gender responsive recovery from COVID-19 by building back better and greener and leaving no one behind. We believe this should be clearly reflected in the proposed programming direction for GEF 8, as well as in the expected replenishment volume to be decided in 2022, in order to prevent that achievements and development outcomes so far are not reversed in the poorest and most vulnerable countries. We would like to especially emphasize that we see the need to increase the focus on biodiversity in GEF 8 and taking into account the catalytic role biodiversity plays towards reaching other SDGs, for example, SDG 12, 2 and 3, etc., etc. We would also like to welcome an expansion of the integrated approach initiated with the impact programs in GEF 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricio from Ecuador has the floor, followed by Yoshitomo from Japan.
Thank you, William. We want to thank the Secretariat and the Council for announcing the start of negotiations for the aid replenishment. We think that the GEF should maintain its added value as a financing mechanism based on donations and in its role as a financing tool for environmental agreements. That is why the GEF 8 must incorporate and respond the adjustments of the goals for the environmental conventions of which the GEF is a financial instrument. In this sense, we consider that the GEF 8 should not deviate from the guidelines of the Conference of the Parties of the conventions to which the GEF is a financial mechanism. In GEF 8, the STAR system should continue with the understanding that it is a system that provides predictably to financing and flexibility in its programming, which contributes to country ownerships and to adequate preparation of the GEF projects and programs in terms of budgets and capacities. It is considered important that this is taken into account when allocating funds to each programming line, and that is not to the detriment of the allocations that are awarded to start. There also should be flexibility in relocating resources from one window to another. Finally, we believe that the GEFA negotiation must not entail any policy decision on financial instrument and/or financial terms that excludes a certain developing country or countries from accessing any financial instruments and/or financial terms available through the GEF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yoshitomo from Japan, followed by Manrique from Argentina.
Thank you, William. And at the outset, I'd like to thank the trustee for introducing the document about the aid replenishment negotiations. And we broadly support the decision on initiation of discussions on the aid replenishment for uninterrupted operation of the GEF operations. However, it goes without saying that maintaining the effective and reliable executing framework on the ground is the priority challenge for the GEF, and this would become the basis for the smooth conduct of the replenishment negotiations. To this end, we would like to request that the GEF Secretariat continuously consult with the Council and proceed with necessary remedial measures on the issues of compliance with GEF minimum fiduciary standards. And at the same time, such updates should also be fed into the replenishment negotiation in a timely manner so that the negotiation proceed with the necessary information and within a sufficient timeline, avoiding rushing into conclusion without in-depth discussions. In the path towards post-COVID-19 society and economy, post-2020 framework and 2050 carbon neutrality, financial support in the environment area is gaining more importance. However, with the fragmentation of environment-related institutions, contributors will need to come up with persuasive explanations to the taxpayers in making further contributions. To do so, the GEF would need to show its relevance among these institutions in terms of their comparative advantage and the way in which it can contribute to tackling the global environmental challenges. While we see environment as a priority policy issues, we would like to take part in the discussions taking into consideration the best combination of financial allocation, including the cost benefit among the relevant institutions. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Manrique from Argentina, followed by Julio from Angola.
Thank you very much. On behalf of my constituency, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Peru, Paraguay, and Uruguay, we welcome the launching of the 8th replenishment negotiations. We call for a robust replenishment, and we make ours the comments by Patricio from Ecuador. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Julio from Angola.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, William. Just in behalf of Southern Africa constituency, we would like also to welcome the GEF 8 replenishment, and I'm not sure if this is the place and the time to raise this issue. Is that to ask the negotiations to pay a little bit more attention on the increasing the star allocation funds for the African countries. As you know, Africa is a continent that is being too much affected by the climate change negative impacts, and the national budget for our countries that does not reflect 100% the climate problems that we live, and I think from GEF we would like to ask for this special attention for us in order to during the negotiations to see a little bit of increase on the star allocation funds, and also looking at the percentage of the small grounds projects as well, looking if there is a way of increasing as well a little bit during the negotiations the amount to support the small ground programs. It will help a lot with projects that will create jobs, preserve more the environment, and preserve and combat the negative impact for environment in our countries. We know we have aside of the project of the star allocation grant, we have other programs, work programs for the GEF, like international waters and others that our countries can also apply for the funds. But this my intervention is focused more on the star allocation and star allocation funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julio. Rajesh from India, followed by Sabia from Tunisia. We can't hear you, Rajesh, sorry. No. Okay, let me move on the list while the technicians get in touch with you, so if we can give you a hand, Rajef. That's okay. Sabria from Tunisia, please go ahead, followed by Liu Xia from China.
Thank you, William. Are you hearing me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. As Council Member for North Africa constituency, I welcome the draft decision to initiate discussion on the 8th replenishment of the resources of GEF Trust Fund. We wish that the process could take place normally in spite of the pandemic, and we strongly recommend to maintain the star allocation framework. We are hopeful that GEF 8 country allocation will not go below the GEF 7 allocations, and with full flexibility between the focal areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Liu Xia from China has the floor.
Thank you, William. China supports GEF to initiate the discussion on the GEF 8 replenishment and expects that the GEF Secretariat and the Trustee work back to formulate a practical timetable and strategic documents so that a solid foundation can be laid for a successful GEF 8 replenishment. We are now facing tremendous global environmental and development challenges complicated by COVID-19 pandemic in the years ahead. We therefore support GEF to play a bigger role and concretely fulfill its core mission of serving relevant international environmental conventions. We would like GEF to enhance its financial capacity and financing resources through this new round of replenishment so that it can provide more high-quality environmental and climate public goods to developing countries. For this purpose, we look forward to active participation of all parties in the replenishment, developed countries in particular, to ensure GEF continue to have sufficient funding resources. Finally, we would like to echo Patricia's comment that all developing countries' equal and fair access to GEF funding resources should be properly safeguarded in the new round of replenishment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nuruddin from Russia has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, we also support the draft decision on initiating the opening of the 8th replenishment process. And in this regard, also want to mention several points. First of all, we all understand that this is the difficult period after COVID-19. That's why, of course, we foresee it will be not an easy to achieve the targets of the 8th replenishment period. In this regard, we need to make it more effective and targeted. And that's why I think that also very important to concentrate on the main areas of work of the GEF, trying to achieve the cost-benefit targets. And also we think it is very important to exclude the duplication of the financial resources. What I mean is that we all know that the climate and climate change projects, adaptation, etc., are really in the focus of our attention. But at the same time, we need to keep in mind that we have the Global Climate Fund. That's why it is important to exclude the duplication of the financial resources. And also at the same time, we hope next year to have the new global biodiversity framework program. That's why I think that we need to keep in mind the necessity also to pay more attention to this global program on biodiversity. Another point is that in the field of the international waters, there is the new convention, which is on transboundary water flows and international lakes, which now became global after joining initially European Convention, some countries, including from Africa. And I think that we need also to keep it in mind when we will be building up the plans for the 8th replenishment. Also, it is very important to keep in mind the grievance cases, because as I told earlier, we need to build up the strong system, making it more transparent, because for the investors, it will be also very important to understand the money they will be allocating, they are distributing transparently and effectively. And also very important for us to concentrate purely on the environmental issues when we will be building up the work program on the projects, including non-environmental issues which are hindering the projects implementation and workout, so that the other issues related to the country-specific or non-environmental issues will not hinder the activities of the GEF family in general. From our side, we will be ready to communicate and to participate in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's try Rajesh again. You have the floor.
Thank you, William. Am I audible now?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me begin by saying that over the last 5 days, you have very silently demonstrated 3 sterling qualities of yours during all the discussions on the agenda items. You have shown, number one, your great willingness to sincerely listen to everyone. You have shown your great ability to accommodate everyone's concern. And you have shown a great capacity to think out of the box. These 3 things make me assured that you're not the one who will ever kick the can. Now, with these words, I welcome this initiation of GEF 8 discussions, and I hope that these 3 qualities that you have shown over the last 5-6 days will be emulated by everyone involved when they go and discuss, whether with the council members, with the other nations, recipient countries, the political focal points, the operational focal points, or all other stakeholders that you may choose to involve. If these qualities are emulated, I am sure GEF 8 would not be reflective of an extend and pretend kind of thing. Rather, as you said in your opening remarks, it will lead towards a transformative change in the area in which GEF works. Now, I'd like to I'd like to make 4 specific requests and points on behalf of my constituents. But before I do that, let me pick on and say all the discussions that you will be initiating after the council passes this resolution for GEF 8 replenishment. They must remember that while COVID is a challenge, COVID is a great opportunity too. What COVID does to my mind, which we should not lose sight of as we do these discussions over the coming months and years. First, it provides a great starting point for rebuilding the future. The past as it was built, there was an inherent tension all through my adolescence, my youth, my 20 years in public service. The developing countries, some have the subconscious thing in the mind that what is our fault? We became in the race much later of development. And the developed countries had already developed, and now they are rich enough and prosperous enough to, say that, development causes a bad impact on climate, on environment, and it may not be sustainable. So something has to be sacrificed. So that debate we are all aware of. This rebuilding the future is a common starting point for everyone. So that is a great opportunity. We can all between donor nation and recipient nations will no longer be that strong as we rebuild the future. Second, COVID has demonstrated globally that behavior change, which was thought to be the most difficult piece of the puzzle. You could throw money at a problem, you could throw technology at a problem, but it seemed that people won't change. People will keep doing what they're doing. And climate change action, sustainable development, sustainable and good environment, this required behavioral change. We have clear, ample proof now that the entire globe can change, that everybody can wear masks when asked to, that everybody can indulge in social distancing when asked to. And it doesn't require great money. So that gives me great hope. It is time at GEF 8 replenishment, as we try and rebuild a common green future together, to involve young people, because they have seen that collective action at a very large scale is possible through individual steps which everybody takes. And you know, I'm alone in this. That feeling is not there. Now let me turn finally to the 4 or 5 requests that my constituents want me to make, and I fully support them. One, I think Patricia already mentioned, STAR is a time-tested way of allocating these precious resources, and that should not be abandoned. Private sector engagement strategy, that is welcome, but it should not supplant in any manner the grants, which are very precious for recipient nations. And the third thing is, as you have noted, the implementing agencies that we have are very few. The projects are very large in numbers. And even within them, these agencies, if you look at the distribution, the number of projects with one agency and the other, they're highly skewed. It is time we open up this process. We accreditate more agencies, more regional institutions. We could bring in national institutions. We could even bring in stronger NGOs, and you know, have our many more projects go through other such agencies. Then GEF 7, one noticed that climate change focal area got lesser allocation. So that continues to be a very strong pillar of action for GEF. So we hope in GEF 8, climate, this would not be a decreasing trend, rather climate change focal area will get more allocation. So with those remarks and with the hope that in your hands, GEF 8 would not be, you know, an extend and pretend, but a really, truly transformative replenishment. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best, and I assure you all support from my constituency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Jean from Benin. Okay, please go ahead, Chair.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately, we cannot have Benita with us, but I would like to thank every single council members, and Rahesh, thank you for your words. You really flatter me. Definitely with today's decision to initiate the 8 replenishment, I will change my very fancy shoes that I'm carrying right now and put my rubber boots, so we can work together with Dirk, his team, and everybody in this new endeavor that we have in front of us. Big challenges from every perspective, every angle that you want to see it, but the return that we will generate on this major effort will be extremely positive, not just for the short term, but in terms of our long-term aspiration. You know, zero waste by 2050, net zero emissions by 2015, and restoring 2/3 of degraded lands by 2030. 2050, and bringing back, reverting the rate of loss of ecosystem species and genes, which is one of the biggest challenges that humankind faces. So I thank you all for this. Dirk, thank you so much for joining us. And with this, I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft decision containing document GEF/C59/04. I see no objections. Decision adopted. Thank you so much to all. Again, Dirk, thank you for joining us today. And we will be looking on to you and your support as we begin the formal process in January, and also to Rosina. I want to say that this GEF 8 process should be embedded in the best science possible, working with you and your team in January, bringing the scientific community to help us give us the substance of our political narrative will be very much welcome. So thank you for that, Rosina, always supporting us. Thank you, and with this, I will go to our next agenda item, which is the update on the Nagoya Protocol implementation form. So I will invite Gustavo Fonseca to introduce document GEF/C59/09 that provides the status of projects funded by the Nagoya Protocol, the implementation form. So Gustavo, over to you.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. I hope this agenda item won't take too long to deliberate. As you know, the Nagoya Protocol Implementation Fund was approved by the GEF Council in 2011 to start piloting and promoting the early entry into force and effective implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. We call it the NPIF. The NPIF, the Nagoya Protocol Implementation Fund, received a total contribution of $16 million, generously made available by the governments of Japan, France, Norway, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom. The Nagoya Protocol Implementation Fund has provided funding for a total of 13 projects, benefiting 52 countries. But to allow for the completion and the terminal evaluation of all projects that have been funded, along with the financial closure of all of them, in particular 5 projects that are still under implementation, it requires an extension of the operation of the Nagoya Protocol Implementation Fund until December 31, 2023. This is based on information that we gathered from the implementing agencies of these respective projects. In this sense, the Secretariat would continue working very closely with the agencies to ensure adequate support during the project implementation and the closure of the trust fund at the fiscal year 2022-2023. The trustee will continue to work with the agencies as well to receive relevant financial reporting information on the NPIF funds, as well as of any unused funds from closed projects that need to be returned to the fund. The trustee will also make other necessary steps towards closure of the trust fund in accordance to the policies and procedures during this period. With that, I turn it back to you, Carlos Manuel, for discussion.
Thank you for this, Gustavo. And I would like to open the floor for comments and questions from the council. William will help us with the list of speakers. So over to you, William.
I see no requests.
Okay. Thank you, William, for this, and thank you, Gustavo, for the update. I would like to invite Council to adopt the decision contained in document GEF/C59/09. I hear no objections. Decision adopted. Thank you so much. I will go with our last agenda item for today, and just I know that we already passed the proposed timeline for today's, but I want to do an extra effort and be able to go through other businesses and then be able to go once more and be able to bring a quick discussion on what we began talking this morning, which is the agreed text on the work program. For your information, we've been exchanging texts back and forth, and we may be very close to have common ground on this one. So in other businesses, we got 5 agenda items, and I would like to give the floor to Patricio from Ecuador, which will be introducing the document that is related to the working group, to the extension of the period of the working group on governance. So, Patricio, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the constituency of Ecuador, Brazil, and Colombia proposal related to the working group on governance, we would like to propose the following text. The Council, having considered the document GEF 59/08 reviews 01, report of the working group on governance, further decides to extend the mandate of the ad hoc working group on governance till June 30, 2022, and make it open-ended to ensure broad membership based on the interests of council members. The working group 1. Monitor the implementation of the decision adopted by the Council based on the recommendations of that document and make any additional recommendations if deemed necessary. 2. Follow the pilot on co-chairing arrangement and make recommendations to the Council and its 61 session as may be necessary. 3. Propose any additional actions that contribute to an improved and strengthened governance of the GEF partnership, including accountability, transparency in programming decisions, review criteria, and selection of agencies and of projects, respective roles and functions of an interaction between the GEF Assembly, GEF Council, GEF Secretariat, GEF agencies, and GEF focal points. We also want to clarify that the working group on governance will keep the Council informed and will invite them to participate in the meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricio, for that. The proposal that you just explained also has been provided to all councils. So I would like to offer to allow the council members to do comments or any questions on the proposal that was just explained.
Thank you. Manrique from Argentina has the floor.
Thank you. Just to say that the constituency of Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Peru, Paraguay, Uruguay fully supports the proposal made by Patricio. Thank you.
Any other speakers?
I see no other speakers now. Thank you.
So I having no more speakers, I would like to invite Council to adopt this decision. I hear no objections to this, so decision adopted. Thank you so much. On our second other business, we have a request presented by Stefan. So I pass the floor over to Stefan to give a detail on his proposal. Stefan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Indeed, let me check it where we are. It is about the co-chair. You remember that we had this discussion of the report of the ad hoc working group on governance. It includes the recommendation to have a co-chair from amongst the council, from an elected co-chair for the duration of 1 year, and that we would have to decide on that at this council meeting in order to have the person in place for 1 year. We've been looking around, we've been asking people. There's many competent people, but some of them are either changing job next year, switching position, or have not yet responded. So we're not in a position to present to council names at this stage, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you for this, Stefan. This is something that I talked with our secretary, William. And William, I tend to believe that you told me that we can agree on that person in a electronic manner after this council if we are able to agree on the candidate. Is that correct, William?
Yes, we can do this through a decision by email once the candidate has been identified by Stefan. Thank you.
Okay, and then thank you. We will do that. Thank you, Stefan. And then you had another subject for our knowledge, which is well, you can a decision text on the other businesses. You can explain us your proposal, Stefan, if you wish.
Thank you, Chairman. I assume you refer to the addition to the discussion that we had on the agenda item 16, assessment of the work program. Yes, I think a latest version has just been circulated, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
I do not know if everybody has seen it. It was sent out about 20 minutes ago. Not even, yes, 20 minutes ago. I'm not sure if this is an agreed text already or if it's something that we still need to discuss. We, from our side, appreciate all the effort that went into it. By colleagues and the Secretariat of Creative Thinking. We believe this decision should reflect the discussion, and there are still a few points that we believe are missing in the latest text that we received. And I don't know if you want to open up discussion at this late time, or what your recommendation would be. We're in your hands. We are willing to find a good compromise, but I have to insist on the adjective. Over.
Yeah, well, thank you for this, Stefan. And yes, I think that your proposal for us, the Secretariat and for me as chair is extremely important, relevant, and very supportive of that initiative. I will read it. and we'll ask if there is appetite in our council to take a decision right now. If they need more time, even though it has been shared not long ago, we can bring this issue tomorrow. So the decision text says that the council requests that matters related to UNDP will be on the agenda of the 60th meeting of the council in June 2021. The GEF CEO will provide an update of the implementation of the recommendations of the OAI audit report, inform about his discussions with UNDP senior management. And based on this, the GEF Secretariat assessment of the role of UNDP as implementing agency of the GEF moving forward. So this is the text that has been proposed. And if you agree with this, Stefan, I would like to open the floor to see if there's any interest to discuss it and eventually having a decision as soon as possible in terms of agreeing on this proposal or giving more time to people so they can be able to review it and we can deal with it tomorrow. So William, can you assist us in seeing if we got speakers on this subject?
I would just like to mention, because we've been sending additional texts very much at the last minute as the drafting was corrected. The text that you read out of the decision was the earlier version. Then our legal counsel made some comments, and Stefan and his team sent what we call a streamlined version, which I sent out just a few minutes ago. And I thought that was the text that we were going to consider on this topic, because I had understood that well, it was agreeable to Stefan and his team. So, Stefan, could you just tell us if I'm right or if I've missed something?
Thank you, William, for clarifying. I was a moment lost too, because we get just-in-time production of new drafts, and I think this shows a little bit the handicap when things need a fix, and I believe a lot of the back and forth that we had on the side by email and other chats would have been much more effectively and efficiently been solved if we had a chance to put our heads together. So William is right with what he said. I guess there is a text that has been also looked at by the legal counsel, and it's short and crisp. And William, if you don't mind, would you read it out slowly? It's only 1.5 lines, so it should be possible to follow it even without having it in written form in front of you. But you sent it out, you said, right?
Yes, I sent it to everybody. So hopefully the email has arrived, and I will read it. It's basically one sentence. So the text says, the Council requests that matters related to UNDP will be on the agenda of the 60th meeting of the Council in June 2021. Council will be informed by UNDP and by the GEF Secretariat about the latest developments on the matter. That's the text. Thank you.
I think that Marita Nicolas has asked the floor, no?
Yes, Marita, you have the floor, followed by Nicolas.
Thank you. Just a clarification. I just want to be sure we are not discussing the work program now. We're just discussing the AUB point.
Exactly.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Nicolas, you have the floor. USA.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to say that we are happy to support this very reasonable proposal to have matters related to UNDP discussed on the agenda of the 60th Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tuna, Marita, and Nicolas. And I would like to ask to Council if they are willing to adopt the proposal that was just read with regards to the what Stefan proposed us as another business point. Okay. Seems like there is consensus to adopt this decision, so decision adopted. Thank you so much, Stefan, for this proposal, and thanks Council for the adoption of this proposal. Now I'll pass it over to William that will give us dates for future meetings that we need to agree upon. So over to you, William.
Thank you very much. And we have to decide two things. First is the week that we will dedicate to the 67th Council and the 7th Assembly. So the proposal for that is the week of May 22. You'll notice it starts on a Sunday. The reason is that when we do that, the Council actually starts working on the Sunday. And the other one is for the 64th meeting of the Council. As you know, we have to reserve the Preston Auditorium, which we will hopefully be able to use soon again, 2 years in advance. That's why we've got to do it now. So that proposal is the week of June 5, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, William, for that. I would like to see if there is any objection to this proposed decision.
Stephanie from France has asked for the floor. We can't hear you, Stephanie. No. Not yet.
No.
Sorry. Maybe you want to write something in the chat.
Okay, why don't we go over with Sano that requested the floor as we wait for them to prepare their sound. Sano, over to you.
Dear Chair, thank you very much for this special opportunity. We have two key points. One is about the technical working groups. So any working group is formed under the GEF, and there should be one of the representatives from the CSO network. So we don't need to request every time, and it does not look good. So this is one of the part. Second part, I have shared an email earlier this afternoon to GEF Secretariat and all of you. So we want to make build back better, and then we need to do something measurable and engage all stakeholders. And we have a lot of experiences. I'm in Cambodia, so I have experience from Cambodia, so as that I am showing as an example. So it is showing how the engagement and particularly the sex disaggregated capacity needs assessment, risk assessment, and that setting target to achieve it. So we can do that. And we also have the sectoral level sex disaggregated baseline and data that in my presentation earlier I have shown. And because I got only 2 minutes time, so I'm not requesting for the slides presentation. And that shows how nicely the men and women in every sector, they have their different level of capacity, where the capacity of the CSOs comparatively a little bit much better. So as we are aiming to complement, so we need to do some real work. As a part of the real work, we proposed that we should have a project where at least we can expect something visible and quantifiable. One of the expected outputs should be we will have a framework at the national level under CSO government dialogue platform as we proposed, where that can be one of the good mechanism to carry out for future. And we also want to have some at least 10 gender mainstreaming indicators so that can be also another example for all sectors, projects and programs. And based on that, GEF can see the progress at the national level, progress at the regional level, progress at the global level, and all agencies will be connected because we want to work inclusive way, not isolated way. And then we want to have at least, example, 100 countries, recipient countries to target and then build the capacity with the training of trainers session, how to mainstreaming gender into the local GEF programs and projects, local level, and working with the OFPs and the government implementing agencies so that we can show how complementing approach we have. Because our objective to work together, and then we want to see, because we have time to time we have to keep reporting, so we want to have one ad hoc committee formed with the interested council members so that they know what is happening, they can guide us, and then GEF secretariat. To make it happen, we need naturally we need money, and without money we never can make anything happen. So we have particular expectation to our council member China and Japan to support us, and also we requested other donor countries kindly join us. Whatever the amount is, kindly join us so that we can work together and we can demonstrate how positively GEF CSO network wants to work. We are not the we are not going for any political position. We are not going for any other position. We are going to complement in the efforts of the government, in the efforts of the GEF. And that is my key message. I wish to hear your comments and your acceptance. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sano. I've been taking note of what you just shared with us. Oh, sorry. Something that we talked last Friday. William, can we give the floor to Stephanie one more?
Yes, let's see if Stephanie, you're able to connect. Yes, now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. It's maybe better to put this on any other business than rather than during the work program discussion. Friends just wanted to know if the GEF Secretariat has any views on or regarding the UNDP projects that are endorsed in the coming weeks and months, and how the GEF Secretariat would deal with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So with this, I will close.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Stephanie was asking if the Secretariat has any views on the UNDP projects that are coming for endorsement soon.
Yeah, we will be talking in a minute about that topic as I bring once more the work program decision that we need to do. Yes, of course. So with this, I will close this agenda item number 20, other businesses. And now I will go to agenda item number 21, which is the summary of the chair. I would like to announce that this document called the summary of the chair will be sent by email to council members and alternates and their advisors in a few hours, and it will be considered tomorrow, Friday, after the LDCF SCCF consult concludes. So thank you for that. Now I would like to do a final effort to go back to the first agenda item that we have today, which is it is related to the text that was being proposed for the decision at the work program. Since the morning, we've been having a very good exchange with many of you on that text, and probably Gustavo can give us an update on where we are. You've been receiving emails with the latest text proposals, and I would like Gustavo to give us an update where we are, and if we see that there is appetite, there is willingness to have a decision, we may do that today. Otherwise, as we will have tomorrow morning very early to do that. I hope that we can conclude the day with a good decision on this one. So over to you, Gustavo.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel, and thank you for the council members who have been in the background trying to come to a workable agreement for us to move forward with the work program. We are relatively close to a solution. You received a text that was sent maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago that has advanced on that. But I think questions remain, particularly in regards to the approach that we would take, the GEF Secretariat, meaning the GEF Secretariat would take to review these projects once they come back for a second review by the GEF Secretariat and for Council. And the difference in approaches is that in one of these proposals, we would have to wait until the completion of the management actions that were presented by UNDP in the result of the AOI audit, and also the completion of the third-party review by the GEF Secretariat before we would entertain the endorsement of these projects. There is another view that this process should run in parallel so that we don't risk having these projects delay implementation or risk cancellation if for some reason these two objectives, third-party review and the management actions by UNDP, don't take place in time. So that's where the difference resides, and perhaps the council members who have been advocating for one or another approach could help with this with bridging this gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo, for this, and I would like to invite probably Marita and Stefan to give us the opinion. As a matter of fact, I see Marita already asking for the floor. So, William, if you allow me, I can give her the floor.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. I would like to thank the Secretariat for their efforts to find a compromise language. And I think the one circulated by William, the latest text circulated by William, indeed describes the parallel approach, which we would favor. We would not wish to wait with the review process until all the audit recommendations have been completed. We think it's important that these two processes run in parallel, and we think that the compromise circulated reflects this. And we think it's important for several reasons, both to avoid delays, but it's also to allow the implementation process to start. And we think that we can take stock in June when we come back to the item in June And if we at that point finds that the UNDP's implementation is not proceeding according to our expectations, then we can at that point consider other steps. But for the time being, we think this is a measured response that is appropriate to the situation that we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Stefan.
Marita.
Stefan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Marita, for explaining. Our position is not to be complicating things, but we say the third-party review, which everybody welcomed and stressed when we discussed the matter 2 days ago, it should be completed. Nobody defines what completed means, but if we say is being completed, we move up further. You know, is being completed can also mean that we started. We're somewhere midway through. Who defines what it is? And what we intend to do with our text proposal is to give clear signals that this needs to be in place. Again, not about complicating things, not about punishing anybody, and certainly not our recipient countries. But we would keep that strong signal that many council members mentioned when we discussed the matter. And since we're at fine-tuning wording, there's also in the last sentence the management recommendations, and we would prefer to have responses there, because the recommendation can be anything, and we're far away from any action. Responses could be understood in a more action-oriented manner, and that would be the minimum that we request to be changed if we were to go along with the word being completed, the being deleted. So it's a little bit of a tit for tat in order to get a little bit more of that rigor that has been washed out. Would be to put in responses rather than recommendations. And then we certainly don't want to stand in the way of a compromise, of a consensus, if there is a consensus. Over.
Thank you, Stefan, for your intervention. Gustavo, you want to intervene here?
Well, thank you. Again, we are in your hands. It's really a matter now of seeing where the council converges on these options. Just to be clear on Stefan's proposal, if you go to the proposal that we circulated, the one that Marita has mentioned as being supportive of, you will see that on the second sentence, when it mentions the GEF policy on minimum fiduciary standards is being completed, Stefan's suggestion is to take out being. If you read the sentence, it's dubious as far as the English language is concerned, whether it is we have to wait until it's completed or it is a process to completion. So in a sense, there is that distinction. In the second sentence, where Stefan mentioned that the project reviews would take into consideration the relevant findings of the external audit and the management. In the current version, we have management recommendations. Stefan is proposing that it reads management responses. So these are the two proposed changes on Switzerland's part, and we need to see if there is room for compromise with this in the understanding of the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo, for that. Unfortunately, the last part of your statement, I was unable to hear that.
Yeah, Carlos Manuel, I just mentioned that I just described the nature of the counter proposal that Stefan put on the table with the change in the 2 words, and it's now up to Council to see how far along we are. Okay, so I tend to believe that this topic should be reviewed and consulted. We can sleep on doing that, and I will bring it down tomorrow morning first time. I will thank you, Stefan and Marita, for that. Thanks the Secretariat for the effort in supporting this process. If there is no objection, I would like to bring it up tomorrow morning, and we'll be able to bring the latest opinions and comments on this. I think that we are standing solid in common ground. It's just a matter of a small adjustment. And I don't want to be pushy today based on the circumstances, but this is probably one of the most important agenda items for this week. So I would move it over to tomorrow morning. With this, we conclude today's session. I want to thank those who has been late hours hanging in there in this session, and also thanks everybody for a very, very productive session. I would like to remind everybody that tomorrow we will begin 1 hour before normal time. That is 6 a.m. DC time, and we will be sending the right information in terms of the timetable for tomorrow. So, William, over to you if you had any housekeeping announcement to do.
Thank you. Actually, you did it for me, but you will be receiving the link for the invitation tomorrow, 6 a.m. DC time, in just a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to everybody. Have a good evening, good night, and see you tomorrow. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias.
Gracias.